Fuck. Hold on. That was fucking hell. Drop a shit. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Oh, I love drop a shit. Anyway.
Very.
Very?
Very punch. More flavor, huh?
Flavorful, but obviously because you got it.
He's like, I'm dying.
Yeah, you got it at fucking like 60 goddamn 5 voltage there. You know, it's gonna murk me there for a minute. Oh my god.
Half. I'll get you used to doing it. I didn't kill you so bad.
I mean, it's gonna take some time before I really, like, truly get used to it.
You turn your battery up and start smoking your other one, yeah.
I mean, it's not, like, that bad. It's more, like, ticklish than anything. It's not, like, harsh or anything like that. It's just very ticklish. There we go. Cool. Here. There we go. Yeah, really. There we go. Cool. Oh, and now to get some background shit going down. Twitter argument in real life goes viral. Oh my god, it's those fucking Portlanders. Oh no, that shit's going viral. Oh
what?
No. Like, basically the equivalent of two Twitter users started going at each other. One of them was basically like a white Karen NIMBY type of lady, and the other dude was basically like, "You're a colonizer, fuck you," type of shit. It's like literally the embodiment of two like Twitter users going at it. And it's like, I could tell that somebody's legitimately in the wrong and the other person isn't, but then the other person starts freaking the fuck out, and then it puts them in the wrong, so it's just like, overall the whole situation is they both suck. One of them, like, because it was like some traffic thing, and like, you know, the lady thought that the dude did something that, you know, traffic-wise, and she was like, watch what, you know, how you're driving. And they had a little spat, and she's like, well, and then she said something like, you know, you should go back into your lane, you know, like referring to the lane of, you know, the road and shit. And then it ended up being like, you know, the both of them pull over after that and go outside and start, you know, having this tussle. Then somebody from another car records video, and then the video starts. And fucking
viral.
Yeah, and then it just goes viral from that, and it's just like, oh my fucking god.
People nowadays.
I'm not sure, I remember, I think it was like, what, last night or night before we were looking at that? It's like, is that about race? It's like, you're white, colonizer, bitch! It's like, Jesus Christ. Here, get some, at least some tunage in the background for now. What bad audio? What bad audio? What bad audio? Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Alright, time to get this bowl loaded up and all that fun shit. Kind of go through with my day today. It's actually a pretty fun, chill day for the most part. Little sweet Zukov had a nice big hike, but now he's just a sleepy boy. Now he's just a sleepy, lazy boy furniture and appliance. Little dude running around, exploring the place, checking out new territories. Sweet little dog. He's a little great hiking dog, little Zukov. He's just like ridiculously like good with a lot of shit. Like he's really great with being in stores. He's really great with hiking. Zukov is just really great, when it comes to at least being around other people.
Or just with boo. Yes, you whiz. And now you're all nice and soft because I gave you a bath last night. Yeah. So soft. Yes, you whiz.
God, that face. That face just speaks tired. But as Zukov experienced the warmth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And you know what? Maybe not Jesus Christ, but Jesus and his burritos and his tacos. I mean, Jesus makes some fucking fire burritos and some dank tacos. So, I mean, yeah, he knows that love. He knows that warmth. But not Jesus, though. Here, let me show off some epic scenes. Let me show you the sights of where I was. Because it was epic. Epic. This place called, there's this place called, Dog Mountain that's, in the gorge out here. Which, just for reference sake, the gorge is, the Columbia Gorge. Which, goes all the way through Oregon and Washington, basically. And, there's a lot of different little mountains. There's, Angel's Rest, the Vista Point, Dog Mountain, Saddle Mountain. There's a few other places. I've hiked Angel's Rest, Dog Mountain, and a few other places and shit. But here. Let me show you the epic viewage. But look at the boy. Look at the... Hold on. I need to get some more music background here. And boom. Okay. Got that going. Get you out of the way. Get you there. Boom, boom. Boom. And boom. Yeah. Look at this little boy. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay. Alright. Oh, look at this little boy. Those aren't really as important. Just the views. Car ride. Yeah. Up to the little area that we're going checking out. But this is like some of the gorge right here. Kind of looks almost like, fjord-like in a way. Because honestly, I mean, I will admit, because when I was in Iceland, there was like some areas of Iceland that dead-ass kind of look similar to the Columbia Gorge. Or I guess I could say the Columbia Gorge looks pretty similar. Of course, I have to get some sweet little baby pics of my boy. Little selfie pics being a sweet boy. Oh, look at that face. Look at that little face. Just a little derp. Oh, shit. I didn't even realize, but Benson State Rec area. But yeah, there's like different little recreational areas alongside the road. There's actually a Malotma Falls. So if you like see pictures of the Malotma Falls, you go down this road here, and I think after the Benson State Rec area is where it's at. I think afterwards. It could be before, but you can kind of see some of the falls off in the distance there. Here's some of the pics of a hike My boy Rip City right there. Fucking doing some mad games. Just dropping by, say what's up, Yeah, just kind of showing off my little hike I went today. Oh, damn, here we go. Now these are the pics. These are the pics, baby. Let's go. Look at that. Nice cloudy day. It was actually some light rain. Oh, it was a good day today. Good views. Oh, that's so nice.
And I got my little baby. Just my sweet little baby.
I'm pretty sure that's Wind Mountain right there. Did you find a body which I know nothing about? Nope. I didn't. I did see a lizard though. A couple lizards hanging out there. All sorts of different cool looking birds. Good. Yes, good. It stormed here in North Carolina. Damn. Yeah, it's been pretty nice and sunny up until about today. It's been kind of mostly cloudy. But obviously where we're at, mostly clouds are over us. But we went pretty nice and high up. Good little... I should have done a nice little panorama from right there, honestly.
Oh, look at that little baby.
He was just enjoying his time. He loved every second of being up there. Oh, here we go. This is pretty good. The way right there is Hood River. Way down over there. And if you were to like look more south from this picture, you won't be able to see it, but pretty much like, you know, behind some of these little mountain ranges is where Mount Hood is at. And also from where we were at, we could see Mount St. Helens. Right there. There's she blows. Well, she blew about, you know, back in the 80s. But there she blows. Nice fat panorama. With the mountains in the background. Got a good one right here with the river. And then Wind Mountain right there. Then, you know, scan, you see all the mountainsides. And then boom. St. Helens. It would have been, honestly, like, I imagine being, like, when Mount St. Helens blew up, imagine being here on fucking Dog Mountain. That'd have been crazy. Seeing all that ash and then it kind of slowly drifting your way. Eastward and shit. That'd be nuts. I suppose the ash from St. Helens pretty much literally went all over the world. Because I remember, like, hearing how, like, the ash from St. Helens went all the way down to places like in Australia and shit. And I know for a fact, because my dad obviously lived through it, but in Montana, within, like, less than a week, or, like, within a day or two of St. Helens erupting, it was literally, like, an inch or two of ash where he was at. Like, it was snowing, basically. And it was like in fucking May when that happened. It's just like, damn. And I think my mom was in Texas at the time. Oh no, she was visiting Portland at the time, where she didn't live here, but she was visiting her dad who moved up here. And she was doing like some school at the time. And she saw it, and basically literally within the same day, like ash was like pummeling Portland. And the next day it was just like, just hit. So, I mean, Mount St. Helens, as much as, like, at least, you know, with the explosion, you know, you think it wouldn't have been as impactful as it was, but it straight up did. I looked up some figures, which I know, take those with a grain of salt, but like 60 to 70% of people are still religious. Is this globally or the country? Because if it's the country, then that's on the decline. Globally, I'd probably say it's, if anything, stagnant, because while maybe places like in Europe and North America are becoming less religious, like other places around the world are probably gaining a religiosity. Globally, I think. Yeah, so if it's a global thing, I would probably say it's, if anything, probably, you know, going to be a percentage that'll be stagnant. Because, you know, while there might be more irreligiosity growing around in places, like I said, North America, Europe, and shit like that, hell, maybe some parts of Asia, like, there will still be religiosity growing in places like in South America, Asia, Africa, I mean, and in North America too, in a certain extent, especially right now. But, you know, I mean, that's kind of why we're also seeing of such a aggressive authoritarian push, you know, of religiosity currently, is because this is kind of like an attempt to try to like regain, you know, what power they've lost at all these generations. Because obviously they don't want to lose it, and this is at least, you know, one legal way, or at least one of the legal ways they can do it, is what they're doing now currently. Because your last remaining relative. I mean, I suppose you could take action on that. I've had family members who've done that before, as much as it's, you know, fuckity. But, you know, yeah, you could. Hypothetically. I guess in this case it would be a lot more fucking harder, though. Because it's not like a relative. It's like it's really just fundamentally an idea. And the thing about ideas is they're kind of hard to kill. But they could at least make it very, you know, like at least very, you know, irrelevant at the very least. Because, you know, all in all, there's still a lot of, like, Christian sects and then, like, religious sects that don't really have as much influence anymore. If anything, honestly, it's just, like, a lot of the sects of Christianity that do have influence still are just, like, a lot of the far-right Christian fascists in America, and maybe regionally in places like in South America and in Europe and shit. And then whatever missions they may have that are, like, successful in places like in Africa and the Middle East. But at that point, they're just competing with Catholics. And so, yeah, as waves being against rocks, eventually they'll erode them away. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what happens with the with waves and rocks. Eventually, they all do erode. It takes a long time, but it does. That's why the rocks around waters tend to be a lot more rounded than not. Like, if you're in the mountains, rocks are a lot more jagged and hard, while rocks around the beaches and waters tend to be more softer. There's a reason for it. And honestly, like, in at least places in America, it's not like religiosity doesn't have that. Like, there are, like, Episcopal churches, for example, that are very, like, pro-queer and very, like, kind of let along, get along type of shit. If anything, like, especially when it comes to, like, you know, the element of militant atheism, like, a good, like, arm next to it, or I guess, like, another prong, you know, to the pitchfork would be also, like, the leftist, more, like, go along, get along, like, Episcopal Christianity type of shit. But also, a lot of those Episcopal churches will have to be kind of okay with working with people who are probably agnostic or atheists, which chances are they probably won't be as fond of. It's almost like if these countries are stable and weren't being war-torn, mostly by us, religion won't be as able to take a hold there. Yep. Yeah. Curious. Yeah, a lot of very unstable areas, whether economically, war reasons, or other cultural, societal reasons. It's as if there's, like, instability in a country, there tends to be a lot more religiosity, or at least more desperation to have people cling on to it. I mean, that's also part of the reason why we see so much of it on the rise in America, because frankly, there are probably legit just people who might be religious, and hell, might be somewhat, like, right-leaning or conservative, but now are falling down the far-right, militant, like, Christo-fascist path of shit because of the current socioeconomic conditions in the country. I mean, if you're so desperate to, you know, to try to feed yourself and your family and shit, but you have, like, a very influential group, like, you know, some Christo-fascist church who is able to, you know, funnel that into something. Usually they're scapegoating, like, oh, these woke libs and, you know, Dementia Biden, you know, or Dementia Brandon, or whatever the fuck, you know, and just blah, blah, blah. It's like, maybe there's some grains of truth to it, but it's never, you know, fundamentally a truth, you know, that they're scapegoating. Because they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, Biden, but it's like, oh yeah, plenty to fuck on for that, sure. And then they'll be like, his leftist goddamn queer grooming agenda. It's like, oh fucking god, no. Just going to the exact opposite of what, the actual issues are. Because it's all meant to be a scapegoat. At the same time, also making it like Joe Biden is somehow like this Machiavellian powerful dude. But at the same time trying to make him this weak dementia-addled fuck. That's another thing about fascists. They try to make their enemy look very strong and very weak at the same time. That literally is like one of the core tenements to it. I mean, it's not like a necessity necessarily when it comes to being a fascist or trying to enact it, but it very much fucking helps. When you have this idea or this guise that, oh, the enemy is just very weak, but at the same time, very strong. It's like they're very weak, and that's how we can win over them, but they're very strong, and if we don't act now, they will win over us. Ah! It's like, which is it, motherfucker? Like, are they so weak you can literally just, like, walk over them? Like, if you, just organize, or if you don't organize, they will walk all over you because they're so fucking strong. What the fuck is it? You can't have it both ways. I was actually talking about some of this on my hike. Like how, if my friend who, if he was able to get all of his student loan debt out of the way, if he would kind of thinking, I wonder if I'll be able to like kind of, like get out, be able to get out and shit. And he was thinking, and realistically, if places like Peru end up being pretty left, I can, go there. I'm just like, yeah. Uruguay, I know, like, you don't necessarily have to learn Spanish outright. Because a lot of the people, at least especially people our age and the youth in Uruguay, they speak pretty much just about as much English as they do Spanish down there. So, I mean, all in all, you wouldn't necessarily have to, like, worry too much about learning the language, so to speak, but it's probably, better to make sure they at least know some basic, basics of the language, at least. But at least, in a sense, it's not a total requirement if you're, more suddenly trying to get out of the U.S. and go to another country that you can at least, be alright in. And I can see myself being okay in somewhere like Peru or Uruguay. My main thing would just basically be internet connection. As long as I can get, a place that has at least some decent internet in those countries, or at least somewhere in, like, South America akin to, like, Uruguay or Peru, then, I'd be fine with it. I'd be okay with it. Besides, it would be a totally new place, a new culture, and, totally new people and shit that, and I've been to Europe once with Iceland, and, while Iceland in itself is, not attached to Europe, so to speak, and it's kind of got its own thing going on, it's still got a lot of the, this very general European type of culture, which is very diverse if you think about it because of all the different countries and the history of it. But I mean, it's kind of like one of those things, like, you've seen one, you've seen them all type of thing. You see some cool ancient European medieval shit, you kind of seen all of it. I mean, not really, because all of it is legit kind of unique and cool, but it's like there's, for me at least, it seems like there'd be more to discover and more to experience, going somewhere like South America. Though I guess, if I could, I would probably be somewhere in Europe. But either way, like, region doesn't really fucking matter. It's more about, like, the standard of living conditions. Which, I guess Europe is a lot better with that. But either way, it doesn't have to be there. Which is why I'm fine with, like, if I had to, go somewhere in South America. But honestly, I mean, and this is a part of our conversation, I was telling him this too, it's like, why, it's like part of reason, because he's my friend who, Rip City, who comes in, and it's a little bit more discouraging of, like, leftists and progressives, socialists, etc., from, having some boomsticks, some guns maybe, and part of that, I think, is because he, would rather try to get the fuck out and, you know, fight it by other means. And for me, I don't really got those fucking options. At least not like he does, you know, which it's nothing against him, obviously. It's just like, you know, it's like the reason why, you know, I kind of have the positions I do is because I don't have this, you know, I don't have the same opportunities, you know, to be able to try to get the fuck out. I mean, you will be able to, and do it, bro. But, you know, there are gonna have to be people like me that will have to stay and fucking fight. And that's the reason why, you know, I'm kind of trying to at least make sure I'm on an equal playing field with this shit. Because the only place I would be able to is Canada, and I know for sure as fuck they ain't gonna want me. I could probably be a refugee, but they're gonna kick me the fuck out eventually. Be like, alright, your refugee status is over now. Things are better over there. Fuck off. It's like, I don't want to just, like, nah. I'd rather just stay here and just figure it out. Because frankly, it's like, you know, there's too many people that just have to, you know, be in that box. And even for the people that do have a ability to leave and shit, it's like, if anything, try to encourage people that want to see change in this country to come here. And go a little underground or something. Hell, you know, tell them to illegally show up for all I give a fuck. Got some Euro who wants to be like, hey, I want to, like, help fight, you know, with the leftists, you know, in America to try to change shit. Yeah, have them smuggled in. As far as I give a shit. Fuck this country. They're gonna, like, I mean, if anything, their white privilege card will be useful at that point. Because they won't whip you or brutalize the fuck out of you or detain you in some fucking cage like they would, you know, some other migrant, which is honestly the kind of the fuck thing about it, but still. Just have them go for Canada. You think, you know, fucking like, you know, like ICE or, you know, Border Patrol agents on the Canadian border doing shit? Nah. If anything, they probably got that, like, one person per, like, 10 miles of border or some shit over there. While it's, like, one person per, like, 1, like, inch, you know, on the southern border. So, probably, it would be fucking easy. I mean, people are advocating this for people to go to Ukraine doing the same shit. So, I don't think I'm doing nothing wrong with advocating it. It's like, yeah, because they're straight up, people are like, yeah, if you want to go help Ukraine, literally just go there. Like, don't even worry about the legal process of going in there properly. Just walk through, like, you know, go, like, sneak in through the forest to find a Ukrainian battalion and join them or something. Like, there are literally people that are, or one, doing that and advocating that. So it's just like, well, you know, if that's the case, then fuck it, do it here. Because it's very likely the chance that, you know, with an outright legalized fascist takeover of this country, that there will be a partisan underground. I mean, one thing my friend was telling me is, Ripsy was telling me about, is that, like, he just doesn't think it would be a fight that would be able to win. It's like, well, I mean, only if you think it is. It's like, maybe in the short term, sure, the fight isn't necessarily going to be victorious. But that's not really the point. Because, yeah, like, I mean, as it stands now, like, I'm pretty much looking at the next 10 years of America and seeing just essentially a fascistic takeover, you know, for, at least for a while. So, you know, at least for some time, you know, I don't know how long, at least maybe a decade, give or take, before America totally collapses at that point, but hence the whole stay around and fight type of shit. I mean, because unless you do have an ability to get out, I mean, what other option do you got? Just sit there, comply, and just hope that they don't fucking take you away? Because people like DeSantis are very much open about, you know, trying to advocate this shit now at this point. I was watching a fucking video a little bit earlier about how fucking, you know, DeSantis at this rate is pretty much like an advocate of, like, yeah, you know, queer people are basically just groomers and pedophiles, so we should have camps set up to basically quarter them off from society. It's like, I wonder what the fuck that sounds like. that just sounds like a very nice, happy, queer summer camp, right? Totally not a concentration camp. Oh. It's not like we didn't have these set up before in the past. Japanese Americans knew about that shit. Hispanic migrants now know about this shit. So it's like America's not exactly, an old, it's not exactly a new friend to the whole internment concentration camp game. It's more or less an old friend. Yeah, the fuck thing about, like, the Japanese internment camp thing, that wasn't even done by a fascist. It was a fascist thing, but not done by one. Because, I mean, FDR, if anything, was kind of the opposite, outside of that, and maybe, like, one or two other specific issues. But, if that's the case, if if like someone who's more or less at least, somewhat the opposite of a fascist, doing that type of shit was doing that, imagine what a fucking fascist would do that. Sleep there, I can't. Bad man, I'm also just hating here and there right now. Nah, don't blame you. Because I've voice chat him 24/7. Well, the communication is important. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely, also important to make sure you have your own time and your own space too, because you definitely don't want to, like, do it so much, constantly all the time, because, not because, like, out of, like, oh my god, but just out of, like, just like, alright, I've pretty much talked to you, like, endlessly for days now, like, I mean, I kind of want my me time. Or at least for me, I know I value it, so there's, like, a certain point of sociability where I kind of hit the peak of it, where, like, the social tank goes to E, and I'm just like, alright, I want some space. Even people that I'm, usually pretty, close with, too, sometimes, just, I mean, I think it's just a human thing. Some people just have, like, different gauges of, like, how much, sociability they can have. Some people could just basically, like, have a never-ending tank of, like, infinity sociability. And I don't know how people it could do that. It's like, I need at least some me time, just a little bit. Guess a little tangential to the whole, like, these, like, people like DeSantis, doing their fascistic shit because they kind of want to bump in to your personal space and your personal life and literally control and dictate everything about it. Do you know what? Who this really bites in the ass? Right-wing atheists. Like, who do you think they'll come for next after queer people, you dumb motherfuckers? Yeah, they'll come after people who are, like, atheists and non-religious believers. I mean, honestly, when it gets to the point that, a lot of these Christo-fascists start moving into other groups that start integrating or at least intersectionally overlapping with right-wingers, like knowing that there are right-wing and even, like, white supremacist Nazi fascist-style atheists that exist out there and shit, yeah, even they are going to be like, wait a minute, I don't believe in this God stuff, I'm fine if you do, but wait, what the fuck, you're making, like, You're trying to force it. Like, what if I don't want to? I like everything else. Like, I don't mind if you enforce it for your own peoples, for your own religious stuff, but I don't want it. It's like, I mean, there are right-wingers like that. I mean, hell, there's, like, fucking far-right, like, fascists and shit who aren't necessarily Christian. I mean, there's Judaic fascists and shit who at least, for the most part, usually call themselves Zionists. So, I mean, you got Judaic fascists and also Islamo-fascists and shit with places like in Saudi Arabia, but those people also are around here too. Nowhere near to the same extent. In fact, usually Islamic people in the U.S. are generally even more progressive than Christians. So they're a lot more of a rare dime a dozen around here. Wait a minute, there's people trying to press us. No, really? Yeah. At that point, especially for them, it's literally too little too late, so they can still go fuck themselves. It's like, well, I'm a right-wing dumb shit, but, you know, it's like, now these fuck Christian fascists want to come after me because I'm an atheist. It's like, well, you know what, fuck you. He said in handcuffs. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, it's like, I'm already, like, you know, lined up on the wall in cuffs, and he started to join me, and it's like, yeah, fuck you too, bitch. So, like, what, you didn't think you were gonna be here next to me, motherfucker? First scuff creep people like me, and now they went after like everyone else down the line. Now they're after you. It's like, good job, dingbat. If only they had a brain. Or at least a sense of forethought. If religion wasn't a factor, would fascism be as big of a problem? Honestly, I don't think so. I really do think, you know, at least, you know, especially in the United States and other countries, in particular places like in Hungary and shit, religion does play a major factor into how a lot of the authoritarianistic far right plays a role in those countries, especially in the U.S. I mean, it's not like, you know, they wouldn't not be there if they weren't religious, in a sense, but they probably wouldn't be as significant of a voice. Because it's a lot easier to catch it, you know, fascism to somebody if you try to paint it as something different. They can recognize false of organized religion, yet they can't apply that logic to other areas. Well, right-wingers are never exactly constant or very consistent when it comes to things like that. Wish they were, but they just aren't. It's like they're able to, like, you know, develop a couple neurons later down the line and be like, oh, I get this thing, but then just, there's just like a wall of just like concrete thick gray matter, just like, nope, we're not letting any more neurons develop after this point. It's like, god damn it. It's like, let it develop further, you son of a bitch. This person can actually be having a brain, but no. The gray matter forbade it. And that dog is knocked right the fuck out. After this hike today, he is just out. Right-wingers are adaptable, solely and trying to win in the moment. Whatever goal they want to achieve, to do anything to get it, they can get away with. That's the main advantage they have. I kind of wish leftists were able to adapt to that idea. Maybe not necessarily just to purely win solely in the moment, but to at least, you know, like, I don't know, to, like, achieve, you know, a victory and actually organize based around that. That'd be kind of cool. Essentially gives them a way to attack and defend at the same time. I mean, it's what I was saying earlier about, like, how, especially at least with fascism, that one of the core tenets is that you have to make your enemy seem weak and strong at the same time. Kind of like how they say that, like, Biden is a weak dimensional fuck, which frankly, honestly, is true, he is. But at the same time, they're thinking he's, like, some sort of, like, head of, like, the whole strong woke left agenda that's like taking away, you know, the traditional norms of society or whatever the fuck. They think he's weak yet strong at the same time. Even though Biden's just simply a weak dementia out of the fuck, and the far right Christian fascists are literally walking all over him. The right for not for right, right? Yeah. I mean, that's the stupid thing about it. It's just like, I mean, yeah, Biden's a weak dementia out of the fuck, but not for the reasons they think. It's because of, well, that, but also at the same time, he's, you know, a total corporatist 80s, 90s era style fucking conservative shitbag motherfucker. Like, I mean, that's it. I mean, frankly, that's probably part of the reason why, so much of the, far right is gaining so much traction, because to some degree, he's okay with it. He doesn't have much of an incentive to fight, to it when he, at least to some degree, has some, agreement to it. But to that, lefts will have to be the line scumfuck. Well, that's why, not in the way, in the sense of the right, to just literally do any means possible. Like, do so with the truth, but, just, like, just be unrelenting with it. And just, like, relentlessly and unapologetically attack with that. Because I know I've said it before on stream, but, like, especially nowadays, like, frankly, when it comes to the whole civility, like, I'm done with that. Like, the time for civility has been done, frankly, for quite a while. But now more than ever, it's just done. Like, there's no room for civility when, like, queer rights, fucking, women's rights, and each, amongst, like, minority rights, amongst other things, are literally, becoming, like, second-class, rights and shit. Or just not at all. Like, it was only for the fact that Indiana still had, like, abortion access on the book that a fucking 10-year-old who was fucking raped and shit was able to get an abortion. And that's supposed to be like some, just one-off. It's essentially going to be a goddamn daily. I think we need to have this sort of nailing to go post down mentality, either that or shoot down all their points, whatever they say, kick it down. Compay no los dos, as far as I'm concerned. It needs to be both. Like, there needs to be a nailing down of, like 2 or 3 main issues and just refuse to just budge from it. And just shoot the fuck down any fucking, talking points and argumentation that these fucking right-wingers have. Just shut it right the fuck down. Like, they do all these memes and dismissiveness, to the left and shit when we try to be civil with them. It's like, again, it's like the whole point, the whole time for civility has just been long dead. Fuck them. They don't deserve the time and day to have a fucking, civil conversation. They lost that, for at least me, a while ago. But now for everyone else, it should be kicked out. It's like, come on, do you really think these people are going to be listening? At least like 10 million some Americans in this country are like straight up just like evangelical Christians, and they're not going to fucking budge from this type of shit. And a lot of them are fervently in support of pretty much everything going on with the Supreme Court and with, with what might happen with, potentially DeSantis running and being a nominee. Because that shit is, to me, like a legit possibility. Any person who doesn't think abortion should have occurred from that needs to be psychologically evaluated, because there's no way they are mentally well. They're not. And if anything, it says a lot more about those motherfuckers than anybody else. Like, anyone defending the fact that she shouldn't have had an abortion is a fucking psychopath, and, like, frankly, like, I mean, there's some choice things, let alone words, I could say to them. Because if anything, that just implies, like, what they're, like, what harm they're probably capable of when it comes to children. It's like, what? 10-year-old got pregnant? Well, that's my kid. No, that can't happen. They lost them when they were hanging blacks trees and forced Chinese miners to die in the shafts. And forcing the Vietnamese and Japanese railroad workers to pretty much, like, work, like, 16-hour shifts along with the rest of them. Yeah, frankly, yeah, they lost it quite a long time ago. Just, like, frankly, just fucked civility. I mean, that's why, now more than ever, a lot of people have been noticing, it's like, oh yeah, when it comes to shit libs, they're more or less going to try, or at least, whether they know or not, just enable the fascist shit, because being civil with them and having a back and forth and shit when they're not going to budge at all, and just use that as a way to just push their fucking agenda and their doctrinary norms on everybody. They don't give a fuck. They're gonna use that to their advantage. It's kind of the whole point of the quote, "cut a lib bleeds a fascist." The works of a pregnant and 10-year-old should ever have to be used in the same sentence like Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is wrong with people? I know, seriously. And the fact that actually has to be a goddamn fucking discussion in this country now is just insane. And should not be, like, there's no merit for civility for that. There just isn't. The fact there is alone should, be, enough to have a fucking protest about, frankly. Stressed right now, I cancel capitalism, it'll hold me human going against humans, stabbing them every way. Yeah, I mean, that's why, it's like, I guess I'm just so used to just having it, happen all the goddamn fucking time, news-wise, I'm just kind of numb to it. But that's why, I'm on the mentality of just fucking fight. I mean, Joe Hill said it best before he fucking died. Don't mourn, organize. Which frankly, by the way, goes to the whole point of, like, nailing down some goalposts. Like, pretty much, like, the main, like, two tenements that need to be is, to focus of labor and focus with, reinstating and expanding the fucking, rights and civil rights that we're losing. And actually codifying them. Like, frankly, at this point, those need to be the two major fucking things. Because they go hand in hand. So, really, I mean, focusing on one is focusing on the other to a degree. Libs, why can't we convince them? Them. Also them. There's gonna be carnage. There's gonna be carnage. There'll be carnage. I love this one. This one's the best. Oh my god. Like, the beard works because of all the chud motherfuckers with their beards. Their eyes. I mean, they both have, like, long hair and shit, so it's like they don't usually have long hair, but... I feel like I see more of them with this type of hair, though, than that, so... I feel like this one's probably the most accurate, but mentally-wise, and personality-wise, they're this. Physically, this. Mentally, that. So, yeah. Yeah, sums it up about right. Whenever I hear really fucking out there far right talking point, my first picture, the first picture pops in my head, yeah. And that will also pop in my head now. When I think about that. Okay, you're crazy, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. Yep. God, I mean, like, ugh. It's not only for me, it's just like, I will not, just, like, not talk to you, but I want to, like, be literally the one to throw you in the psych ward and, throw away the key. And then just, walk right out. Found a really bougie beer at Winco of all places. Oh, really? Cool. Dope. I was kind of thinking about maybe snagging a burr after I was dropped off and shit, but I was like, eh. I'm sorry I freaked you out before you dipped off and shit. I was trying to, like, get your attention because my Bluetooth speaker was still on your fucking car. And I was like, where's my Bluetooth? Oh, fuck. Oh, it's at your car. And I was just, like, casually walking to it thinking you weren't going to leave yet. And all of a sudden, you start driving off. I'm like, oh, fuck. I need to start running. It didn't. And then you just start pulling back, and I'm just like, oh my god, how do you not see me? Flanders style red ale brewed with raspberries is fantastic. That just sounds goddamn heavenly. Oh, God, that just... Oh, man, that sounds awesome. That sounds delicious. I kind of want some now. You know, thinking about it, my speaker probably would have just flown off your car, going down, turning off my street. But I don't know how well it would have taken that. I mean, it's meant to be kind of like at least a water resistant, more like outdoorsy, like, you kind of, you know, can take a beating, but I kind of don't want to risk that. I don't want it getting fucked up. I'm happy this one's lasted as long as it has. Most of them don't because the goddamn charging port always gets fucked up. But anyway, we're mainly having talk about fascists and them being scum fucks. Had a root beer float the other day, fucking awesome. Was the ideal soda to ice cream for a float. I kind of like mine to be more drinkable than edible, personally. I kind of like mine to be edible first, but let the ice cream kind of melt so it becomes more, like, you know, drinkable later. Actually, speaking of root beer, I got these little, like, sodas at this little vending machine in Carson, I think it was. And like at the vending machine, these are literally just 50 cents, and that's it. And they also had different flavors. And I want to try this one. A wild huckleberry soda, dude. Oh, it's artificially flavored. Oh. It's a local, it's a locally brewed type of soda company. Proudly distributed by Stores Inc. Incorporated, Spokane, Washington. Oh, it's got high fructose corn syrup. Oh. If 50 cent got 50 cents each time something was worth 50 cents was bought, how rich would he be? Well, he would at least have... Alright, there was 3 of those. He would at least have $2 just from me and my buddies alone, because we all got the root beers and I got this. So, root beer between 3 of us, and I got another one just because I really want to try it. They also had like a fizzleberry and a few other flavors. Now it's just like, oh, if I wasn't, you know, if I wasn't trying to not hold my friends up there for a second, I would have just sat there and clicked every single one of them and and just, like, you know, gotten all the you know, all the flavors, you know, to try them out. But I'm actually gonna keep one of these cans, you know, so I can see if I can find these online, because I've never seen these before. Because if I can, I'm gonna order them. More driven in my heart. Sorry to sound like a lib. I'm emotionally driven. I heard when I was in pain. I mean, I feel you with that. I'm a pretty empathetic person too, so I get driven by how others are feeling too in a lot of ways. Oh my god, he is twitching so hard. My dog is twitching like a fucking madman right now. His legs are going off. And lose weight again, as secret as far as I can tell. High protein, low bread intake, and no snacking before bed. I do all those, and I can't gain weight. I do all those things. I mean, high protein, but pretty decent bread intake, and I snack a lot before bed. Help. You guys should be like me, driven by murderous rage. I mean, I get driven by that too. I get driven by, you know, my depression sometimes, but I mean, more, you know, than ever, I've been learning how to, like, channel that into different shit. and try to like harness that, you know, these feelings into something that can, you know, maybe not like necessarily in the moment, but at least, you know, to some extent, you know, something that would be more productive. Like, you know, doing this hike that I did today. Or, you know, when it comes to the current state of the country, political wise, you know, like channeling a lot of my feelings of it into the whole, you know, stand up and fight type of mentality. I mean, it's not like in a sense of sounding like a dick, but, you know, sulking around usually kind of, you know, gives the fascists a perfect look to be like, oh, I could take advantage of you. And it's like, I don't want them to see that, so they're gonna see a shield wall of fucking bloodlust rage instead. And again, it's not like, a, you know, in the sense of being a dick, it's, you know, or being, you know, hitting that at anybody. It's a sense of like, you know, it's like, yeah, I can be depressed, I can be like sad, I can feel this or that, but, you know, let me try to put this into something. Because if I let this stay, you know, just inside, then all it does is just kind of just ferments, and that ain't gonna do any good. So at the very least, you know, having it at least, you know, put into something, whatever the fuck it is, you know, at least for me, makes, you know, at least me feel a little bit more better about it. Because, I mean, like, honestly, all in all, the current state of the country can make me video game myself in 5,000 different ways. It ain't funny. But, you know, instead of feeling that way, you know, it's like I'd rather channel that into something that, you know, even if, you know, I don't necessarily maybe see it right off the bat, I can at least, you know, feel like, alright, you know, this at least is, you know, going into something. And again, whatever that something is could be anything. Fucking hairs. Ashes in the land of the free is like covering a gourmet cake in shit frosting. Yep, and who's gonna want that piece of cake? Not me. Not I, said McFly. Instead, yeah, it, like, you know, it actually was a perfect analogy. Instead of like looking around and be like, oh man, someone shot on my cake. It's like, god damn it, who the fuck made this cake so I could throw that in their fucking face and shove it down their throat? It's like, oh, you think the shit frosting's good? Well, you know, the chef should eat first, bitch. Take a slice. Eat it, motherfucker. Oh, you don't want to? Well, shove it down your throat. It's like, yeah, I'm still gonna be butthurt and sad, but hey, at least, you know, I feel good. Now make me another cake, bitch. This time it's strawberry frosting, and I'm gonna watch it. This country is a cow pie. Even more reason to be like, oh, you think you know, even more reason to be mad at the chef in that analogy. It's not even like a gourmet cake and shit frosting. It's a fucking, you know, it's literally a cow turd. It's cow pie. It's like, oh. A mad cow pie? Oh, even worse. It's like, oh, this is something you want to try to serve? Well, I'm not even gonna, you know, let you try to open up a slice. I'm just force feeding you the whole damn thing. Mr. Chef. Mr. Baker. Hey. Oh my fucking god. Wisconsin bans Japanese internment book from schools. Well, Wisconsin sucks. What gets me is that even Republicans will be like, so the rich had a problem? So you want Canada to do something about them? Yeah, but it was goddamn Mexicans though. I mean, if they just want to take my job so much, maybe I could see those, you know, rich people and stuff, but nah. Nah. I mean, that's just kind of the fucked thing about, like, you know, especially in America, is that, like, you know, so people want, you know, so many people just want, like, an easy explanation of shit. Which, I mean, there is, at least, you know, to, you know, a more generalized extent, but, I mean, to get down to the complexities of everything, it's just, like, it's just so much more nuanced and, well, complex than it really is. So, you know, it's like, people obviously don't want to take the time to kind of, you know, do the deep dive and shit, you know, to, or at least, you know, more of a generalized, you'd have to kind of get a basic idea, and just want an easy, like, easy answer out. Basically just, like, looking over on someone else's test type of shit. It's just like, I mean, it's just like, too bad so sad, it's not exactly how reality works. I think I heard on Secretary of Sorry, I think the justifications online, so shouldn't be the ones who are here first at decide what history is taught. And I'm like, so the Native Americans? Really? Is that their actual fucking reasoning behind it? Then yeah, then oh my god, wow, they're watching like accidentally based? Accidentally left wing? It's like, oh wait, so, well, obviously it's not, by the way, but it's just like, so Native Americans should probably be the ones telling the history of America. I would love to hear their perspective. I think, but don't quote me on it. Well, it's a Kyle Kalinske video. I'm looking at it, so here, we'll just watch it real quick.
Alright guys, so, we just talked about how in Texas, they're considering...
The story was unbalanced, at least, is what the one of the claims is.
What was it? Involuntary relocation in the textbooks, which is rank propaganda, grotesque, trying to push American exceptionalism and bury the negative things that happened in our history. Well, now there's another similar story here. This is in Wisconsin. Wisconsin School District, this is from Business Insight. Wisconsin School District dropped book on Japanese American incarceration during World War II from curriculum, arguing that the story was, quote,
Native American summarized in history. Fuck you. Yeah, basically. That's essentially the outright summary of that, yeah. Essentially. A lot of very nuanced detail to the fuck you, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Republicans' logic is that of Swiss cheese, and that Swiss cheese just filled with Swiss Army knives of fascism. Yeah, like a little Swiss Army knife with little razor blades and Swiss cheese. Looking at the Swiss cheese, and you're like, damn, it looks like Swiss cheese right there. Alright, I want to kind of put that on a little slice of my sandwich. And you know, cut a little slice for yourself. You know, but put it on that sandwich. You're thinking, damn, this looking pretty good. Take a bite, and you're like, you know, just all of a sudden, you just get this, like, bloody maw. Just like, what the fuck? And you pull out just the cheese, and just get this razor blade in there. A Swiss Army razor blade. Oh, yeah. Amazing. So delicious.
A Wisconsin school board decided against allowing high school students to read a book about the incarceration of Japanese Americans in the U.S. during World War II. So, this is Japanese internment. Julie Otsuka's 2002 book, When the Emperor Was Divine, was said to be part of an advanced 10th grade English curriculum at Muskego High School, located in Muskego, Wisconsin. And
oh no, I feel the white guilt coursing through me. No, you'll have to put me down, brother, or I'll start thinking women should have rights. Oh my god, dude. That's what what I love about the whole, like, white guilt thing is that, like, it's supposed to imply that, oh, you're supposed to fundamentally, like, feel bad. And it's like, if you actually look at, like, I've seen, honestly, different people, including even woke skulls, explain, like, white guilt and shit. Even other, like, white people and shit. And frankly, on a generalized level, not all of them, but a generalized level, it's about, like, acknowledging the legitimate, like, not just America's, but really globally, you know, like, the generalized, you know, like, ownership of the power and rule over the globe, which was a bunch of white, old, aristocratic fucks and white, old, imperialist families and shit like that, you know, so... Yeah, I mean, it's essentially acknowledging that. It's not to literally be guilty, you know, being white or some shit. I mean, it's just to acknowledge the fucked up, you know, systems of the past and shit, and for what the fuck they were, and, well, changing that. Duh. Now, I said on a general level because, yeah, there are some people that will take it literally and say, you should feel guilty. It's like, well, I had nothing to do with it. But that doesn't mean I acknowledge it and think it's fucked up, because it is, and was, and I say is because it's still a thing, and coming back even stronger than ever. But, you know, that doesn't mean I personally need to feel guilty. It makes me feel enraged that is a thing. So, again, you know, back to, you know, a lot of my general theme, I guess, here is, you know, fight back against it. And I'll gladly join them, you know, to do so. You know, so it's just, I mean, you know, at least for me, I at least, you know what the fuck it means, you know, so it's not like this mentality like, oh my god, you have to feel bad. You have to feel bad about yourself, man. It's like, unless you're a racist chuckle fuck piece of shit, then no, you don't. But unless you're that, then, yeah, do feel bad, bitch.
School district.
The only part I don't like is where it can almost seem condescending, like actually trying to speak up for those people when they don't ask for it. Yeah, like I definitely see that, you know, because there is this element of, you know, condensation where it's like, hey now, it's like, look, I know you're an ally and stuff, but it's like, well, it's like, okay. I mean, it's like, I'm not trying to, like, you know, talk down or nothing or here. I'm just offering my 2 cents. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? It's not undermining your voice or nothing here. Like, I'm being, you know, I'm trying to, you know, be one of the, you know, people of the vanguard that's standing up against this shit, because this shit's fucked. I don't like it. I don't like the whole, you know, fact that you know, America had a system of white, you know, land ownership and, you know, trying to revert back to that shit now. And, you know, how women had no rights and, you know, workers were just utterly fucking, you know, oppressed in this goddamn country and shit, you know, especially, you know, workers, general menial labor workers like myself. I mean, amongst, you know, like, I mean, and then, you know, like the, you know, migrant, etc. It's like, I'm with you. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, come on. It's like, I get up, give for myself. It's like, quiet, man, I'm speaking for you. Yeah. That in itself, I mean, honestly, on both ways is stupid and annoying and condescending. I mean, like, you know, when it comes to that, and also when it's just like, come on, Whitey, shut up. I mean, on both ends, frankly, I think it's just annoying, and it really defeats the whole, like, purpose of the solidarity aspect of things, wouldn't you think? It's like, oh, I just want you here to be just like an extra body, but I don't really actually want you here. It's pretty much just how it feels. It's like, what? Really on whichever way it comes from. It's honestly, you know, it just kind of fuels it more, because then, you know, you get a lot of minors who are like, you know, shut up, Whitey, type of thing, because they get motherfuckers like that. And at least from my experience, I have seen that, and usually it's kind of like the tokenistic white Karen ladies that tend to be that way. Just dead ass. Because usually at least from my experience, the white dudes that tend to be out there usually are just kind of your average Joe Schmo motherfucker that just wants to, you know, whether they're a college kid or legit like a blue-collar worker like me or some shit like that, or anything in between, you know, it's just like, they tend to be a little bit more chiller and have like a, you know, I guess more of like, hey, let's just kind of chill a chat vibe. When white women attack. I mean, low-key though. I mean, because I remember this one point where there was like, because with the last one where the Proud Boys trying to make a rally at the waterfront back in 2021 in August, like there was this dude who black fellow who was reading a tweet giving some updates about some shit that was going on to where the Proud Boys relocated, and some people decided to go over there to protest there. And did not bring enough people and started getting fucked up. And, you know, they were trying, and they got the most up to date, and we're showing a little circle that he was in that I was kind of a part of. And it's like, yeah, see, here's some of the updates, which was basically like 5 seconds ago. And this other lady who happened to just be right behind the whole little circle, it was like, actually, the updates are blah, 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 blah. And she was blonde, and it's just like, it's like, come on. It's like, instead of just butting in, he was literally saying this, like, you know, instead these, you know, white ladies, you know, trying to butt in on everything, but like, right after that, he was just like, see these white ladies, I swear to God. I mean, he was even saying it. It's just like, Jesus Christ. It's like, come on now. It's like, geez. It's like, oh, is there, it's like, well, how, you could have been like, hey, how recent were those updates? I have these ones, that were from so ago. He's like, yeah, these are the most up to date 5 seconds ago, or however the fuck. And then it'd be like, oh, okay, cool. I could, now relay that to everyone else. So instead of just being condescending and being, frankly, kind of a bitch, you can be more communicative and actually relay all up-to-date information that's not out of date. And honestly, it wasn't all the time, but there was just some moments, not exactly like that, but pretty similar to that, where there was just not exactly, strong communication, and, there was definitely either out to date or just some disinfo spreading around and shit. Like, there was one point where some dude who got some updates about potential shots fired at the other area where the Proud Boys relocated and shit, and just started fucking running, yelling, yo, there were shots fired at the other blah, 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 and people only heard shots fired, and half the crowd started running, and then, like, the other half who were trying to run to stop that dude from yelling his stupid shit were yelling, false alarm, no, stop, now. It just became a clusterfuck in a matter of, like, 30 seconds, in that moment. And I was like right behind him, the dude trying to yell, it's like shots weren't fired, they weren't, blah, blah, blah. And again, it was kind of a, chaotic mess in, in the span of 30 seconds, for like a good moment there. It's just like, Jesus Christ. I hate homophobes because like someone ran by me saying I am tripping because I have a boyfriend becoming more and more heterophobic. I mean, frankly, I don't really blame you. I just am becoming more like homophobic, if that makes sense. Because it's just like these motherfuckers, dude. Like, they're pretty much on the position of like, oh, you're all a bunch of groomers, bunch of pedophiles, sons of bitches that want to try to take away the rights of our kids and harm them and blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh my god. While they happen to be the party of forcing child marriage and fucking, forbidding them from having abortions if the horrible fucking audacity fucking barbarism of her getting raped and shit happens. Like, oh, yeah, the party of protecting the kids. They definitely are there looking out for the kids. Yeah.
Book, based in part on the author's own family history, highlights a Japanese internment camp in Utah. After Japanese forces attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941, Japanese Americans were forcibly placed in internment camps amid national racial discrimination, so the U.S. could prevent spying, according to a post by the Washington Post. While no spies were ever found, some of the prisoners who survived the camps returned to damaged homes. So there's some other facts in here that I wanted to show you. Anne Zielke.
I mean, it's just... What I love about it is that these whole internment camps sort of thing, but yet not a single goddamn spy was found.
In the district told...
Also, notice how that wasn't done for German Americans, by the way.
ABC News...
Or Italian Americans during the war.
That school board vice president Terry Boyer claimed the book offered an unbalanced account...
Like, I have to... I'm on because I want you people to stay away from me. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, like, they all, like, for the most part, none of them know what personal space is, and just, like, getting all up in your grill and all up in your face, and it's just so fucking annoying. It's like, excuse me, I do have a thing called a bubble. I have a personal space bubble, thank you.
Events. Quote, what she said to me was that we actually need an American perspective, Zielke said, adding that the people in the internment camps were Americans. Quote, she clarified and said that she felt that we needed the perspective of the American government and why Japanese internment happened, Zielke added.
Oh my fucking god. Are you kidding me? Yeah, they are taught this in, well, hopefully in schools. Because, I was, like, I mean, when, the whole segment of World War II came up in, like, high school and shit, when it came to American history, and all that shit, like, it was, you know, there was, like, oh, here's the government's justification of the internment camps, and here's, you know, some perspectives, you know, of people at those camps, here's some pictures, you know, and like, I think we also saw, like, some clips from a documentary about it. Like, we kind of got, like, kind of a general catch-all perspective about this type of shit. But the first Americans would be the Native Americans. Yeah, we're kind of right. So, like, we want the perspective of the American government on this issue. There already is. Respect is last thing is groping orgy party. People, like, so they degender those, they don't even see it. Yeah. Like, they're the ones who cry about, you know, degeneracy and fucking, you know, like, the groomers and all this other shit, you know, so much. It's like, it's like they doff protest too much.
We had raised voices at this point. I told her specifically, I said, so the other side of racism. Atsuka's editor, Jordan Pavlin, wrote a letter to the Muskego Norway board saying that When the Emperor Was Divine has been course adopted in hundreds of schools throughout the country, where it has become a staple of high school English classes. Pavlin mentioned also that historical fiction has the power to open our hearts and eyes to lives far beyond our own experience. It has a unique ability to elicit deep compassion and empathy and to transport young readers into other times and cultures. It has the power not only to edify, but to transform.
I mean, nothing about that's incorrect. That's very much true.
And deepen our perspectives. It enables us to look outward beyond the confines of our circumscribed lives with greater sympathy and understanding. All right, so there you have it. This is where we're at.
Surprised, like, how you could be, like, an insult for the fucking roof.
This is where we're at. So this is...
Like the Sargon of Akkad crowd and shit, or like the fucking John Doyle crowd, or whatever the fuck, or the Nick Fuentes crowds, where they're all like... You know, it's like, they're pretty much, like, at least especially Fuentes and Akkad, they're all, like, competing at, like, how do I have, like, the peak incel crowd here? Like, how do I have, like, the most peak incel community? You know, is it gonna be the Guipers, or is it gonna be me sucking off a cod? Yes.
The right to whitewash American history and to try to force American exceptionalism on everybody, downplay negative things in our history, play up the positive things in our history. And, I mean, this is book banning is what it is. You're banning a book on Japanese internment. It's a perfectly legitimate book, but you don't like how it portrays America as maybe having done some bad things. And so...
It's just like, frankly, I mean, honestly, at this point, I'd rather, you know, like, you know, we just ban books that show America in a positive light. It's like, you know, just play the card around. Like, frankly, that's kind of a part of, you know, like, you know, some of the shit that, you know, I've been, you know, thinking, you know, be alright, you know, combat against these motherfuckers. Like, oh, you want to ban, you know, books about fucking, you know, how, like, you know, Japanese internment camps were kind of a thing? Okay, well, guess what, we're banning the fucking, like, you know, learning about founding fathers now, bitch. Suck it. What are you gonna do? Oh, you want to go try to ban, like, fucking civil rights era now? Well, we'll just kind of, you know, erase the old type, you know, positivity of the Bush administration and, you know, that whole type of segment of history right there. Yeah, we'll just do that too. I mean, obviously, I'm not being that serious.
To teach this, we need to teach the opposite perspective. Well, but there are certain things that are just...
Was America done wrong? Was America's done right? That's the shorter answer. Yeah, for real.
History having time to
Which
settle.
is not exactly much.
People being more objective in our analyses, looking back at these events, certain things are kind of clear, aren't they? Like, to defend slavery is insane. To defend Jim Crow is insane. To defend Japanese internment, I would argue, is insane. There will come a day when we look back and say, oh my god, the Bush era and all the torture, that was insane. Illegal wars, that's insane. So...
America, that's insane.
The insistence on banning...
Event to soft crust, point one for us. Yeah, I guess.
Feelings.
I guess we have burgers, too.
As Americans...
Blues? Okay, I guess there's some things.
Believe in American exceptionalism. That's gotta go. That's gotta go. And, this is right-wing snowflakery, effectively. So, again, I just want everybody to understand... You have these
burgers came from Germany.
Philosophies.
What? Burgers came from Germany. Are you destroying my fucking worldview right now? Pretty sure. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to. Zukov, why are you freeing your peaches? Wow. Well, how do I, like, angle myself so I don't have to see those? Okay, here we go. This works.
Where the right wants to teach American exceptionalism, they want to teach that we're the greatest country ever, they want to downplay the bad things and highlight them.
Hamburg, Holland, I think. Fucking, like, well, I guess... Hamburg. Yeah, I guess I could kind of see where that comes from. God damn it. I still don't want to believe it. You know what? They might have invented it, but we mastered it. We mastered the burger.
They want to twist things in a way that suits their narrative. And yes, you can argue on the left. Sometimes they get a little goofy and they want to teach like the 1619 Project as if it's factual.
Oh my god. Okay, Kyle. Like, I love you, but like, I can't really. I mean, this day and age, like, I think like, oh look, you know, sometimes I think the left can be kind of goofy. It's like, I mean, bro. Let's just kind of take a comparison of who's quote goofy between the political spectrums here, and let's like really try to kind of like, you know, hash that out there, because I mean, frankly, yeah, there's like some goofy lefties that exist and some woke skulls and shit like that, but for fuck's sake, like, I'm pretty sure like the goofiness of the right is probably a lot more significant and a lot more like numerous and influential. Like, this ain't exactly 2016 anymore, Kyle. Just saying. Hamburgers were invented by the Nazis. Those evil, delicious, grilling, Fanta-making bastards! God damn it. See, this is why we perfected it. Those goddamn filthy Nazis made it, and we took it, and we denazified it, and made it better. See? So, you know what? Yeah. I'm still gonna say America invented it. Fuck you. No, I'm still gonna say America was the one who did it. We mastered that shit. We denazified it and mastered that shit. They don't treat us with nuance, so don't treat them with nuance. Yeah, exactly. I know you're meaning that for the whole, like, you know, the vid, but, you know, it works too for this.
Inaccuracies with it, but it's all competing indoctrination arguments, competing propaganda arguments, when, again, the purpose of an education should be give people facts, data, information as objectively as humanly possible, and
if we were to compare the 1619 Project versus like what Christo fascists want, I imagine that the 1619 Project is a lot more like objective in comparison to what they want, you know, when it comes to the Christo fascists. So, I mean, while there might be some inaccuracies and shit, like, I'm not gonna doubt that, but like, come on, dude.
Etc. But I'm seeing more and more stories now of the right banning books.
Yeah, because they were always for that, and like, I mean, this idea that like people on the left were like, you know, trying to do this all along is just kind of fucking silly. Like, frankly, it's like, yeah, there might be some people that, you know, are unironically, you know, advocates of that, but does it actually truly fucking happen? Honestly, no. Like, maybe rarely. Like, oh, this person's very fucking racist. Fuck this actor, or, you know, whatever the hell, you know, but like, frankly, like, you're not gonna like exactly get rid of the fucking books, even in this case. Like, how you're gonna be able to, like, I mean, what, you're gonna be able to like enforce this shit somehow? Be like, oh, let's try to like, you know, just try to get all these, you know, books out of here and the school here, and it's just like, I mean, like, I mean, even then, like, there's going to be, you know, other ways and means of sources to be able to, you know, get these type of things. So, honestly, like, I remember there's, like, you know, fucking, because of the, you know, a lot of the far right, you know, banning books now, that people on the left are actually, like, donating books, you know, to, like, you know, these different places that are doing book bannings and book burnings and shit. It's like, oh, they want to ban queer books here? It's like, oh, well, we're just going to have a bunch of, you know, like, I think there's like one thing about like how a bunch of furries actually, you know, did this. We're like, oh, we're just gonna get a bunch of like, you know, LGBT books and just donate them. The That doesn't mean to be hostile out of the gate unless the person's clear, just an asshole. But if they start being smug, fucks, just verbally pimp slap them. Yeah, just pimp slap their ass.
Doing this moral panic and this hysteria. And I mean, what was the other one we covered? Something about a unicorn. There was some book about a unicorn, and
oh my God.
It was like,
oh God, those fucking evil fucking unicorns! How dare they try to spread the to kids the evils of unicorns? What the fucking left? Ugh, trying to spread and groom unicorns on our children.
If you're gay, and they wanted to ban that, and they did ban that because they thought, oh, this is like, gay propaganda or whatever. And the whole idea was like, no, you're okay as you are, you're good as you are. And they wanted to ban that because they feel like, oh, that's too political. And it's not good. Not good, man. The situation we're in is not good. And when we're at the point where we're banning Japanese internment stuff, what's next? Is it ban any historical discussion of slavery or Jim Crow?
They already are trying to do that too.
Oh, is that next? Is that
yes?
Coming?
Civil rights shit's guaranteed to be also on that too.
The answer is if they get their way, maybe. If you want to see me...
It's not a maybe. I love you, Kyle, but bro, I guess I'm so left that Kyle to me is a centrist. Well, I guess technically he would be, but. I mean, even in America's sense, like even in like American political senses, he's a little bit. I mean, center left still. According to Wikipedia, yeah, I know the origin seems kind of mystery, which makes sense because like sandwiches, the idea of putting meat between bread was probably something people just had been doing for years. Oh, well, very much so. I mean, honestly, that definitely is because if you think about like, armies that are like traveling through like different regions for battles and stuff, a lot of what they have on them is probably going to be like dried meats, cheeses, and breads, so they probably would just make a little mishmash of that shit and just eat it up and probably hunt for some fresh food and maybe gather stuff along the way like berries and shit. Probably it's just that it wasn't until sometime later that a name had attributed to it. Yeah. It kind of became, more streamlined in a sense of how it's presented, too. Which means the dude who coined the name hamburger and sandwich were fucking geniuses. Indeed. My God, this fucking dog, this absurd little Doge. What the fuck am I hearing? Am I hearing like a crane fly or something? Me call this rock. Me now own rights to all rock. But banning history is banning people to serve a memorial for their oppression. I mean, banning history essentially is not just really that, but just also just like to disregard like. Okay, there's definitely a bug over there being fucking whack. I mean, is it gonna do that every time I talk? Bug, you're heavily distracting wherever you are. Piece of shit. Anyway, but like, it's not necessarily just that, but also just like, to disregard like, past experience and really, in a sense, kind of hindsight. Soon they start banning books, they'll start banning people. Okay, where the fuck is this bug? Because what the fuck? I know it's somewhere. Just don't know where. But still goddamn motherfucking annoying. Like, sweet Jesus. Wow, GG Sky News. Their YouTube community posts like, the shoes be charged if, multiple accounts mirror, blah, blah, blah. But, like, they literally have, like, an entire fucking, like, picture of the dude just blopped. Of the dude's, like, weird-ass looking face. Apparently he tried to be, like, some sort of a fucking rapper or whatever the fuck, and it's just like, good lord. And another dude who not only legitimately has, like, fucking, mental health issues to the point where they actually need, like, outside help, but he's also, like, one of these fucking, hardcore Trump dudes, too, because he's got multiple fucking, like, videos and shit like that, or, like, multiple posts of him being at Trump rallies. So, perfect combo. You want to say so like that the Earth will become another moon for the sun to reflect off of? Oh my god! Oh, dude, I don't even want to imagine that. It just sounds horrible. That amount of whiteness is dangerous. Yeah, that'll literally like cook off the Earth. That'll just straight up just fucking cook it away. So like, yeah, we'll just kind of slowly cook the Earth up by just like having, all the sun just reflect off all our white bodies. Have all the light just reflect off of us. Might be dreaming. Usually when he does that heavy breathing, he's usually dreaming. Sweet little boy. Oh, TJ made another video. A presidential prediction for 24 called in early. Oh, I wonder who that can be. Oh, I just wonder who that could potentially be.
Failed my make a video every day in July quest for the dumbest reason possible, alright? It's because I almost forgot that days end at midnight. You know?
Yeah, wow. Very, very poignant revelation, TJ. Yes. Days end at midnight. Which now it's technically the 6th, because it is now midnight, or after midnight, where I live. Yes. There has now been a new day, TJ. Because now the previous day is now ended. Poignant revelation.
My mind, like, I kept thinking, I kept looking at the clock, oh, I got plenty of time, thinking that I had all of the time from now until when I go to sleep. But that's not how days work. That's
no, they
not
don't.
my ego. when like
They
it's
do for
not a
me
new
too,
day
by the way,
until
but
I've
yeah.
slept, damn it. But that's not how they work actually. So once again, time is my enemy. Horrible thing, time. But we're not here to talk about time. We're
Is
here
that
to
your
talk
trike
about,
up there?
You know,
Yeah, when I was a little kid. You know, I would get that question so many times on Twitch by random people. It's like, hey, what the fuck? Wow, bro. But yeah, honestly, like that straight up was like, you know, nostalgic right there, getting that question, because I would get that frequently. Little ignore, not even from him, just random people. Like, even, you know, followers, you know, from Twitch, I'll come by, you know, not all the time, but, like, usually, like, after following me for a minute, you know, they'll be like, you know, what's a trike? And I'm just like, that's mine when I was a kid. Little Ignore, not to be confused with Little Husky. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's like Little Ignore Husky. I mean, he's a little, little ego version of me, so, I mean, they're both essentially the same in my mind. But honestly, like, I mean, if that got kind of cleaned up a little bit, you know, kind of refurbished those little, like, dangly things and shit, the bell still works, I know that much. Like, it's just really hella fucking dusty, it just kind of needs, like, a little bit of a cleanup, like, it still works. There might be, I don't think there is, but, I don't know, maybe. If I clean the dust off, maybe I'll see if there is or not, but, you know, I don't think there's any rust on it, so honestly, it's still in really good condition. Looks pretty nice, honestly. What? It's, what does it say? A radio flyer? I think that's what it says. I think it says radio flyer. But I'm not too sure. I know it says flyer on the end of it, but I ain't gonna lie, I'll just get up real quick. Oh yeah, it says radio. Yeah, it's radio flyer. Probably like an old company from back in the day.
events. So I'm not really sure exactly what to make a video about. I don't really have a strong feeling about a particular topic, so I'm just going to cover a bunch of crap. And then we'll figure out which one is going to be the head story when I, type out a title later and make a thumbnail and all that. So Dave Rubin, probably not going to be the main headliner because, like, let's face it, he's not much of a draw.
I mean, why'd you bring him up?
First story I'm going to cover, though, he got suspended from Twitter. I like to cover Twitter suspensions lately.
Aw, Dave Rubin also got suspended from Twitter. That's so cute. I love how a lot of these like chucklefuck right-wingers are just getting suspended now.
Topic.
It's adorable.
Suspended. Suspended. Dave Rubin got suspended for dead naming Elliot Page.
Wow, just like Jordan Peterson. Oh, like, are these fucking morons, dude? Like, motherfucker, it's not that hard. But they can't help themselves. Like, Jesus Christ, he's stupid little... Ugh.
In my opinion, I know that a lot of you, freedom, what about freedom? Okay, settle down. We'll address that in a second. Actually, we addressed it a few videos ago, but, you could address it again. Ben Shapiro then complained about it in a way that will hopefully get him banned.
Candace and Blair next, fingers crossed. Or Ben Shapiro, yes.
Too. When I say banned, none of these guys are really banned, okay? The funny thing is that neither Jordan Peterson nor Dave Rubin nor Ben Shapiro, if he ever gets the ban hammer, were permabanned. None of these guys were actually permabanned, all right? All that happened was their accounts were locked until they deleted the offending tweet. And then, once they delete that, they get their account back. Usually it takes like 6 or 7 days, but that starts the counter. You delete the tweet, the countdown starts, right? And both of them refuse to do it. That's a little bit, okay, so I'm pretty sure Peterson has already folded on that. He made this big video spectacle, I will never delete the tweet, but if you look at his account now, it looks like he actually has gone ahead and deleted it. His account, I guess he should be back on Twitter soon enough. You know, I remember.
I mean, I think when it comes to like tweets that get you suspended, I don't think they show up publicly, but I could be wrong.
He actually said he was going to leave the Twitter platform. Maybe it was a month ago. I don't know. It was around the time that he was.
Ben, weak mind and limbs always want to play the race card. I think we should stop funding Israel. How dare you, anti-Semitic piece of shit! Let me pull the race card on you now.
Posing for Sports Illustrated, who was like a
it's
little
okay when
fat,
I do it.
I guess, like not actually fat, but just like a little chonky. Like kind of looked like, you know, women in Renaissance paintings and stuff, like the exact classical figure of beauty. And he's like, sorry, but this will never be beautiful. It's like, isn't this actually closer to like archetypical Western beautiful women? Like if you look at a Renaissance painting, they kind of chonky, man.
I mean, unironically, it is kind of true. I mean, a little bit. Like, that's kind of what's funny. It's just like, there's a woman that happens to be just like, I mean, even a dude, you know, frankly, it's like that happens to be just like ever so slightly thicker than they probably should be in my personal standards of how I view about that. Boo! It's just like, huh? Come again, bud?
He's a stupid.
Especially back in the day, like, you know, having, you know, like a little bit of a chonk actually was seen as kind of a beauty thing because it means you have, you know, means to feed yourself, thus, you know, a partner and kids. It's kind of the whole reason why it's kind of seen as beautiful even today. Because even I prefer, you know, at least on a female persuasion, you know, the thicker end of that, you know, said persuasion.
So I don't know what you really expect.
Whether athletic or not, or whatever.
I'm honestly surprised that he can get through
thick
a sentence.
Is good.
Wait a minute, he actually can't. Never mind. So anyway, he if you're gonna say that you're gonna take a freaking break from Twitter, I mean, he didn't even say he was gonna take a break. He said, "I'm leaving." He's like, "I quit Twitter," right?
Well, hopefully he actually finally fucking does it.
He didn't even stop tweeting. Like, he didn't even slow down. He didn't even go away for, like, a day or two. I mean, you'd think...
He actually got more unhinged. Like, he kept going further and further.
Make a big spectacle out of, like, I'm out, this bitch! I quit! You would at least be gone for, like, a day, a week, something. But he's like, I quit. And then he just kept tweeting. Like he'd never said that. So...
Unironically, he needs to do it. No, seriously. I mean, if anyone who should actually be fucking, you know, be doing that, it's him. Like, he needs to literally get his fucking ass off of Twitter and stay off of it and fucking just actually do something with his life. Like, because Jesus Christ, like, he's literally going mentally unhinged. Like, I mean, I think he's just doing that to himself regardless, with or without the Twitter, but, I mean, it most certainly is making it worse.
Remember that he said that? Does he have Alzheimer's? Is he stupid? Yes. Yes. Yes, he's fucking
I mean,
stupid.
when he's just like, you know, what rule did I break, you sons of bitches? And had like a 2-camera panned fucking like video that's like 13-something minutes long, literally going on and on and on about this fucking, you know, shit. It's like, bro, you are actually just insane.
Anyway, how dare I say that about the preeminent genius psychiatrist of our age? I know, I am a fool, of course, because
But Mom! No buts, Jordy! Pulls him by the ear. Oh my god, I want to see that. Mom, but I need to, you know, go on Twitter to make sure that, you know, these culture war mob woke leftists, you know, can be challenged. Like, because they don't understand that no rules broken, those sons of bitches.
This sophisticated, intellectual, brilliant man who has helped thousands of people, and I'm just a degenerate neckbeard, high school dropout, loser, asshole, bad attitude, so mean, so spiteful, such a has-been, woe is me.
Such cynics, such cynicism, much pessimism. Oh, woe. The woe.
Just jealous of his greatness. Yeah, tell yourself all that. Give yourself that stroke job. Oh, yeah, it feels good.
Pat on the back, yes.
Anyway, he didn't even take a break after saying he was going to quit, and now he made this big spectacle of like, I will never delete the tweet. But it's looking like he went ahead and deleted the tweet. So, whoops. And now Dave Rubin is pretending to consider his options. Will he delete the tweet? Let me contemplate
I'm a neck
this.
here,
More like,
but
let me milk this
sorry,
for
not
a little
that.
while, because this is the most attention anyone's paid to me for quite some time. You know, and it's so anyway. Of course, he's gonna delete the tweet, just like Peterson, because they're both attention whores, right? And I know because I used to be an attention whore myself before I realized that. You know, how empty attention really is, you know? Now I'm just a good old-fashioned money whore, so send money down below through Patreon, PayPal, whatever.
Isn't that still... okay.
I have an Amazon wish list, too. By the way, I've been meaning to do this for a minute. I wanted to thank some of the folks who have bought me some of the stuff on my Amazon wish list. Someone bought me a new tablet. That was very nice. Someone got me a new microphone for my set videos. I'm planning
people being so nice and sweet.
on hopefully doing some set videos soon instead of just doing these in front of my computer with this setup. You know, and you know, someone got me some resistance bands for my workout stuff. I just want to thank anyone who's gotten me anything off that wish list. Okay. Now, I try to thank them in the Amazon app when possible, but sometimes, you know, I don't get the
Boo, it's on Amazon, though. Boo.
information from the people. Not everyone includes it. But if you're someone who has helped me with that kind of stuff, I just want to say thank you very much. Everything on my Amazon wish list is stuff that's, like, there for a specific reason to help me with certain tasks, to help me on my journey for self-improvement. Because, you know, I actually realized very recently, like, wait a minute, I'm not perfect. You know, which has been glaringly obvious to everyone else for a long time. But to me, you know, it took a while for those gears to turn. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not the apotheosis of human perfection that I've always thought I was.
Wait, what? So I was trying to find... Wait. Okay. So I was trying to find out if Jordan Peterson's mom was still alive, and the answer is, I think... But in the process, I came across this. No, just God, no. Wait, what? How Jordan Peterson made me a better mother. Oh, God. When was this? When was this? Honestly... Oh, my God. This is recent. Oh, my God. Bruh. Those women's kids are going to despise her. Oh, 100%. They're going to rebel very aggressively and vehemently.
Damn it, so now I'm on a quest. I'm on a lot of quests, you know. So I want to thank those people who have helped me along in that journey because, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult to attain perfection. It's difficult to seek out, you know, world domination as I do. Anyway, Dave Rubin will be back, so there's not really much suspense in that story for me. Jordan Peterson will be back. There's not really much suspense in that story for me either. What else is happening?
Honestly, he probably will.
In America. Well, we had a big shooting yesterday, right? Some MAGA chud killed 6 people, injured a bunch of others during a 4th of July parade. Right-wingers are all, of course, saying the guy was Antifa, even though there's, like, literally a ton of pictures of him at Trump rallies and Trump events.
That's just an Antifa spy. That's just an agent. I love how they basically, whenever they do something, they just blame it on Antifa. Or, like, the left or some shit. It's like, weird. I mean, it's, like, curious. Like, when it's something that they might actually probably be at fault for, they tend to just blame their opposition, regardless.
It's sad how these right-wingers, you know, they never own up to their extremists. Like, that's got to be heartbreaking if you're one of these mass shooters that, you know, you go through all the time, getting this plan,
Probably,
getting
yeah.
your guns together, killing a bunch of people in the name of Donald Trump and stuff, and then all of your buddies at the MAGA rally are like, oh, we never seen him, huh? Who? What?
That guy totally is
That guy
Antifa.
looks like Antifa to me. Yeah, he's a trans Antifa SJW. He don't have nothing to do with us.
No.
Gotta suck, you know? What the hell, man? I killed all these people for you, and now you're just gonna diss me like that? Holy crap. It's gotta be a blow to the ego, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel sympathy, you know?
I would, but they're far-right MAGA chuds. I guess in a sense that they're human, they're like, but, you know, feel like this is something attached
was
to it.
throwing his crowd under the bus the other day. I saw him saying that Democrats are the ones who are really responsible for what happened at the Capitol on January 6th because security was so bad, right? Like what? Wait. You're mad because there wasn't enough security there to stop the people that you sent there?
Brilliant. What?
It's the fault of the Democrats, even though you were president when that happened. It's a weird vibe, man. It's a very, like, O.J. Simpson vowing to find the real killer kind of vibe. You know what I mean?
If I did it.
Speaking of Trump, I guess Joe Rogan is now throwing Trump under the bus. Joe Rogan said recently that Trump has, tried to come on his show multiple times, but Rogan turned him down every time. Turned him down flat, saying, I don't want to help that son of a bitch. Whether this is true or not, it does kind of show that Rogan...
I mean, honestly, it probably is, but honestly, like, if anybody would be likely to get on there, it would probably be DeSantis, frankly.
Publicly, kind of separating himself from Trump, But don't get too excited about that, because Joe Rogan also has signaled that he would be willing to support the candidacy of Ron DeSantis, who is basically...
OJ's too good for the Republicans, go a bunch a bit lower. You're probably right, honestly. I mean, it's more so for the analogy, but hey, I mean, it works for the analogy at least, but you're right, though.
What if Trump spoke in complete sentences? So Trump's big dollar donors, a lot of them are actually abandoning him too right now. Many of them are looking, you guessed it, towards DeSantis as well. I think there's actually a very strong possibility that DeSantis wins the 2024 election, even if Trump runs against him in the primary. I think DeSantis can make the case to Republican voters that he is Trump minus the baggage, minus the stupidity, and with a little bit more self-control, a little bit more of a mask-on kind of thing, And Republican voters are never going to love him the way that they love Trump.
Honestly, at least, for the public eye. At least that's the whole idea of the facade, even though at this point it doesn't mean shit.
They'll buy into the idea that he is more electable than Trump for one simple reason, because they'll be right because he is. I honestly don't see Joe Biden beating him. I don't see Kamala Harris beating him either. Now, with Trump, if Trump gets that nomination, I think Joe Biden could beat him because, Joe Biden's an incompetent moron who has done nothing for our country and things are horrible under him, but people, I think, kind of look at Trump as the genesis of that. I think that there's like a tremendous amount of negativity still residually in the air towards Trump. Kamala Harris, she's awful. No one likes her, but no one likes Trump either. I mean, he's got his base, right? He's got his base of strong supporters, but with that base of strong supporters comes an equal and opposite base of strong haters, people who are devoted to the idea that Trump must not win. But they don't know as much about DeSantis. DeSantis is an X factor in their minds. So even though...
That is true.
We pretty much...
Yeah, I'll go. So did you say something recently? I was like, I don't know about that. And to my memory, I was bringing up that upbringing doesn't affect how somebody turns out. Nature versus nurture, essentially. And I just don't think I could buy that outright. Are there people who are fucked no matter what? Sure, but environment also plays a factor. And upbringing, parenting plays a big part in that. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think that was in like their public like live show they did on Monday. During like the whole abortion / am I the asshole, and I think it was in the am I the asshole part of it. Yeah, Jim was not. It was crazy, like put him in cast QAnon. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, the more fucked up thing is, they obviously are gonna be like, yeah, Trump must not win, but a lot of those libs will look at DeSantis and be like, he seems at least reasonable, and yeah, some of these weird, quirky lefty types are, do go a little far, so maybe he has a point. Maybe it won't be too bad. Yeah, it's like he is, from what TJ's saying, he is an actual legit fucking X factor. And I don't think, there are a lot of people that consider that, honestly. So I know people that, think not necessarily just mine, but like, the prediction of DeSantis being the nominee or even potentially winning is like, I don't know about that. And it's like, are you sure?
DeSantis is just as bad as Trump, probably a little worse, in fact. He doesn't have...
Honestly, yeah, I do think DeSantis, personally, I do think he would be fucking worse. Because he's, like, TJ was saying, Trump without the baggage. And, if Trump was more competent and didn't have as much the baggage as he did, frankly, there probably would be a lot more fucking damage done to the country than there already has been. Libs voting Republican is a political equivalent of Venus flytrap, and unironically, there are libs that will do that.
Of hatred. So I think that everyone in this country that believes in personal freedom or civil liberties should be pretty worried right now, because I think Ronald is far more dangerous than Donald. The Don was a wannabe fascist, but he was always too dumb and too emotional to make it happen. But the Ron, on the other hand, he might be just what the doctor ordered for America. Dr. Kevorkian, that is. Well, anyway, I hope you all stay safe out there in this big, horrible, confusing, mixed up, dangerous, deadly, devastating world that we have all been forced to exist within. Hopefully one day we shall be liberated. Hopefully one day a liberator will come. Hopefully one day people will gather to him. I don't know. We'll see. I love you all. I'm TJ Kirk. Bye-bye.
Peace the fuck out. My God, I love TJ sometimes. Nature vs. Nurture, DFF, that should happen. Yeah, honestly. There's been a lot of episodes where they have kind of had discussions on it for a bit of time, but honestly, I bet if they did a legit kind of, what if they did a double threat like that? Like they kind of talk about nature, maybe a Paul Scotty or a Paul TJ episode, of a double threat where they're like, hey, the first half is the elements of nature within human psychology, and then the other half is nurture. Libs voting Republicans are closet neoconservative. Well, neo-libs and neocons kind of go hand in hand in a lot of ways. It's just that neo-libs tend to be a lot more willing to corporatize progressivism to make an extra buck. And yes, still, regardless, therefore fascist. It goes back to the whole cut a libs bleeds fascist quote. It seems very simplistic, but honestly, especially in America right now, it really isn't. It's not just in America though. It's places in Brazil, Philippines, Hungary. There's a lot of places around the world that are, if anything, even on a worse trajectory than us. At least when it comes to how far they already are. America wishes it could be the Philippines in a sense. Oh yeah, just a lot of vigilantes to just kind of go willy-nilly just shooting people they think are drug dealers or doing drugs and shit. Oh yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, that's cool. Can we try that? I'm still hearing that fly and it's still very fucking annoying. What the fuck? If you don't think the system needs to change, in my mind, you're as good as fascist. Because you're just an enabler to it. I think Human Support's one of his more recent videos is basically just about this. I think this is it right here. Yeah, I think this is it.
Before I've explained how Republicans
oh my God,
pose
I
a
keep
threat to
forgetting
US
that he's
democracy,
so much louder than his intro.
Are beginning to realize the ways in which they do indeed pose a threat to democracy. The problem is,
God, is he gonna fix that? It's hey, your intro needs to be either slightly louder, or you need to make your video way more quieter.
individuals who believe that some.
I didn't shoot him, but he could have called for help. Yeah, or at the same time, you could probably at least try to help him in the meantime until actual help shows up. Basically, the whole premise of you could have done something because we gotta do something. He has a booming personality. He does, and I like that about him. Oh my God, he's going flavor. He just came back from his vacation from Hawaii. This is I just came back from my flight. Just put my luggage on the bed, and I'm angry and I want to rant. So I'm ready to go. Let's go, baby. Like he's just got that vibe. He's like, I just came back from Hawaii, just heard some shit, put my luggage on the ground, finished my vacation, about to start this recording. Let's go. Didn't even bother to change the shirt. Just kept that Hawaiian tour shirt.
Not associated directly with Donald Trump. Perhaps they're not as.
Dude, why is Mike Figueredo, no matter like what aesthetic he's got going on, he's like fly as fuck? What the fuck?
That's not actually true. So one thing that really comes to mind is this conversation that Bill Maher had a couple of weeks ago about Ron DeSantis and how he was preferable to Donald Trump because at least Ron DeSantis, unlike Trump, doesn't pose a direct threat to democracy. The problem is that that's not true. Sure, it is the case that some Republicans do not pose a direct threat to democracy, but there are so many elected Republican officials that pose a direct threat to democracy that I think that you can generalize and say most of them do and be pretty accurate, especially when it comes to someone like Ron DeSantis, who in no way is the savior of American democracy if he wins out compared to Donald Trump. As Brett Bachman of Salon explains, public
Oh my god, look at this boy. Look at that literal fucking boy face. Jesus Christ. Man, I would say that I have some choice things I could do to him, but then I feel like I'd be doing corporal punishment. I don't want to be doing that. Child abuse ain't cool.
Will be required to survey both faculty and students.
I suppose we can make an exception.
Political beliefs and viewpoints with the institutions at risk of losing their funding if the responses are not satisfactory to the state's Republican-led legislature. The unprecedented project, which was tucked into a law signed Tuesday by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, is part of a long-running nationwide right-wing push to promote intellectual diversity on campuses, though worries over a lack of details on the survey's privacy protections and questions over what the results may ultimately be used for hover
put him in timeout with the dunce cap.
over the venture. Based on the bill's language, survey responses will not necessarily be anonymous, sparking worries among many professors and other university staff that they may be targeted, held back in their careers, or even fired for their beliefs. Now, individuals might see this, and based on the wording of that text, think, okay, this is just Republicans playing into their victim complex, right? They are talking about how they're always purged from social media and how there's no ideological diversity on campuses.
Put him in timeout. He needs the Alex Jones treatment. Yeah, he definitely does.
Trying to push back and have.
I mean, like, especially after DeSantis and, like, just frankly in general, like, a lot of various different political figures and shit. Like, I mean, not only could we probably do something like, an Alex Jones treatment, but I was kind of, maybe thinking of a Benito Mussolini treatment. We could let him have a tour of, well, I guess because America is so fucking huge, we can't necessarily do Italy, like kind of, size-wise, right? So we'll just kind of go all up and down the fucking East Coast or some shit, Let him have a tour of that, you know what I mean? I mean, Benito Mussolini saw a lot of beautiful countryside. I mean, I'm sure they see the same thing for, America's countryside, right?
But do not be fooled by them. This is a preemptive, deliberate attack on their ideological opponents so they can consolidate power nationwide at all levels of government. Let me remind you, this is not the first time that Ron DeSantis has attacked
a tiny head.
his ideological opponents. In this same state, he decriminalized running over protesters effectively. He banned protests outside of residential areas. He banned 41% of math books, citing critical race theory as the reason. And because of his Don't Say Gay...
It's like CRT is in our math. 1 + 1 = critical race theory. That's what they want to teach you, brother.
Orange County School District are instructing teachers to remove photos of their same-sex spouses and out students to parents. And also what's happening in Florida is 13-year-olds are being arrested for the crime of protesting because Ron DeSantis has made it very clear that he doesn't want protests to be a common phenomenon unless it's the right-wingers who are doing it. Now, it's not like Ron DeSantis...
At least the problem will solve itself. But then there would be the unfortunate post-mortem gratification they would have of, hey, guess what? I killed the bastard, right? It's like, well, yeah, I guess. It's like, yay, you evil fuck, you decided to off yourself, congratulations. It's like, yeah, it's not exactly as satisfying.
this 13-year-old that we're about to see, but this is the environment.
I can't wait to see Republicans run out of resources, like let them blow all the cash they to us. Let's do it to them. I mean, it's like I would hope that would work, but I mean, considering how much they fucking fundraise and just get endless fucking money and shit, usually when it comes to trying to buy ads and their influence and shit. I mean, like it's just like I don't know how well that would actually work in the long run at least.
Has cultivated. Take a look.
Lily, just don't resist. Lily, don't resist, honey. It's okay.
No, it's not. Okay. All right. A total aside. I hate when people are just like, don't resist. It's all right. Just don't resist and you'll be fine. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, I mean, frankly, they should be resisting. And the whole crowd should be, getting in on that resistance. Like, it's like, fuck this mentality of like, oh, well, guess the cops just took another one away. Don't resist, you'll be alright, we got you, we know your name, blah, 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 or whatever. It's like, no. It's like, hey, can we just stop getting to that fucking point, maybe? It's like, oh, it's like, yeah, like, what are you gonna do? Like, when they're fucking pigs. Like, you're at a protest, what, they're gonna tear gas you, pepper spray you like they always fucking do? I mean, it's like, come on. I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ. And wow, I got just a queer kid just, chilling out with, I think a bisexual pride flag, it looks like, I think. And just hanging out and just like, hey, look, you 13-year-old son of a bitch, queer motherfucker, we're just gonna have to take you away now. Thank you very much. You happen to be just casually standing around speaking. You happen to be casually standing around talking, and we're gonna have to take you away. It's like, oh, but, hey, don't resist. It's alright, meh, meh, meh.
What is the state statute? Lily, you're okay, Mom, I got you. Mom's right behind you. You're okay.
Okay, so I guess the lady. Okay, so you're the mom. Okay, all right. I guess I can understand why she's saying don't resist, because she obviously doesn't want to see her daughter get. I'm pretty sure from the beginning, but she doesn't want to see her daughter get fucked up, and get harangued by cops, no more than she already is. I can get that, but you have a whole crowd of protesters and shit behind you. There's only 2 of them.
Renewed, 7-6.
What's their name?
Oh, they have to tell you that.
Alright, hey, guys breaking the law.
Hey, you're okay, Mom.
It's like, hey, guys breaking the law. Oh, wow, man, okay. I love whoever was doing that.
Lily, you're okay.
She's in the back of a police cruiser. No, she's not okay. God, okay, it's still fucking infuriating me, though. I mean, as much as, I get, because, Lily's, her kid, but still, it's at a point where, civility is just, kind of done with in my mind. It's like, no, fuck the civility. This is supposed to, merit, a silver reaction when these fucking fascist flatfoots, are being, barbaric with this shit and this type of, thing. It's like, yeah, sure, they didn't take, a billy club to her, but that's not the point. I mean, frankly, they could have, and what, and considering, the mentality of this whole shit, it's like, I mean, what the fuck would the crowd do? We're just pretty much, pretty much, melded into this, feeling of just like, oh, well, we just can't really do anything. It's like, frankly, yeah, the fuck you can. And it's just like, because the only reason why, you would feel that way and feel complacent is just because you recognize the authority of the fucking American government. It's like, if enough people stop recognizing that, maybe you'd have more of a mentality of like, hey, maybe we could do something.
Now, to be clear, nobody knew why that child was being arrested.
Because there was literally no reason for it.
Now, this is not something that we can view as an isolated incident. What's happening in Florida is not happening
it isn't?
in a vacuum. We need to step back.
I might be talking about shit about cops. You're going to have erectile dysfunction before you turn 50. Your feet hate you almost as much as your wife who sleeps with your cousin.
And how collectively they've agreed that democracy is an obstacle to their rule, to their authority. In fact, one of the most influential GOP operatives, Christopher Rufo, is openly bragging about a new plan to purge leftists from all of government.
Oh my god, this guy's like, a little teaser for my upcoming policy work, brother. Let me just show you.
He tweeted this out on July 1st. As we approach 2024, I will be publishing a policy paper on eliminating left-wing ideologies in federal government, using the power of the presidency to fundamentally reshape the bureaucracy with the 6-part program targeting budget, content, personnel, grant-making, and oversight. The idea is...
Oh, wow. Brilliant.
To centralize ideological control over the federal agencies in the White House and create a team of the Office of Management and Budget to enforce it. We could easily wipe out a significant portion of the infrastructure for the left-wing ideologies within the federal bureaucracy,
I know, right?
within the network of federal
Can't wait.
and contractors, which would shift American politics in the right direction. Now, when he says shift American politics in the right direction, he's not saying in the correct direction. He's saying literally in the right-wing direction. Now, let's be clear, when he says left-wing ideologies, he doesn't just mean the far left or socialists. He's talking about liberals as well. Fascists go out of their way to purge political opponents, silent political opponents. And the reason why...
And scapegoat them, with just whatever fucking terminology you want. That's why they always just go with woke, left, fucking groomer, whatever the fuck, because it's just a simple, easy little catch-all. We must fuck fascism. It's just like aggressively just fuck it to death. I like it. Here's what these people don't get, and honestly, this can't be seen as kind of a double-edged sword, but you can't just legislate away ideas. That's not how ideas work. Yeah. I mean, honestly. I mean, so sometimes I wish it did, but that's not the case, because if it was, then I just, even in my mind, I just legislate fascism out like that, but, I mean, it's not how it works. Frankly, you have to, go to the root of what the fuck it is, and attack it there, which isn't necessarily the idea in itself. It's how ideas like that codify, and into the fucking speaker heads that fucking influence that shit and push that shit out there. Like that tends to be the kind of the root of the problem. On top of at least how it spreads. A lot of the conditions that come into place, are a little different because it tends to be desperation, poverty, like just lack of socioeconomic opportunity and shit. A lot of various reasons. And if you got a lot of that going on, it makes it a lot easier for something like that to spread around too. So it's kind of like a multi-pronged issue. But at this point, I mean, it's just like, it's starting to get to the rate where a lot of the whole, public voice aspect of it is starting to become a lot more powerful than just, the actual problems, that infester it. Because it's going to make the problems that infester it just fundamentally a lot more fucking worse. For not just America, but literally for the whole fucking planet.
Is because we are in the phase of legal fascism in the United States. But we'll get to that in a second, because there's more on that. That's really important.
Mike, there's a hint. It's been legal in America for quite some time. Like masks and swear card in the 30s. Look it up there, bud. I'm sure he actually knows about that, but still.
And is not occurring in a vacuum. Not too long ago, Charlie Kirk, a prominent conservative propagandist, said that once the right takes power, they're not going to give it back.
And enjoy being completely politically irrelevant, because once you get displaced from power, we're not going to give it back. Republicans controlling, Republicans winning over Hispanics, will be the nail in the coffin. And we're not going to give that power back.
Right, you see, Democrats will just become so...
I like how there's some Afro-Cuban music in the background. What the fuck? Hold on. It's just I'm not even kidding. Hold on.
Republicans winning over Hispanics will be the nail in the coffin. And we're not going to give that power back.
So what is going on there? What is that weird, funky, pseudo-porn Afro-Cuban jazz funk or whatever the hell? Sounds really out of place. What the hell? What? I mean, Charlie Kirk's existence is out of place because it's on Earth and not in space, just floating away in the void. But hey, you know, I mean, that in itself just made it so much more fundamentally quantified how out of place just Charlie Kirk was. Because wow, why? Why you're nervous, man? It's like having Jingle Bells to Star Wars Emperor speech. I remember it's like it is, dude. What the fuck? I actually want to hear that. We form the public to a galactic empire. Well, you just have like. Okay, I have. Oh, all right, that needs to be a thing. That actually. That needs to be a thing. I have to see that now. Someone needs that. That needs to be an edit.
Right. You see, Democrats will just become so unpopular that they'll never win another election again. Wink, wink.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, even if that was the case, their next coming generation would just despise them so much vehemently that that pretty much their kids are just gonna like do parent sacrifices or some shit. Like they're just gonna be like, oh, okay, this is how it is. I mean, I grew up in like kind of a softcore, like conservative, right wing, like kind of Christian household and shit. At least, because of my mom. And there, look how I turned out. It's like, I mean, so imagine like a Christian fascist version of that. And if they won't give it back, then I guess we'll have to pry it from their cold dead hands they're so fond of. Yeah, just like how a bunch of the like military fetishists and fucking gun nut amosexual fetishists, will say that too for like literally the most tiniest of fucking like gun regulations. It's like, oh, well, fine. It's like, fine then, motherfucker. It's like there's people on the left that, that happen to be, pretty trick marksman shots themselves, too. So, I mean, what, you really want to play that game, motherfucker? It's like, yeah, there's more of you, and yeah, maybe your whole military fetishization shit, might be a little bit of an advantage for you, or whatever the fuck, but your beer gut and the fucking 24 Bud Lights and not actually, kind of being out and active and, like, maybe doing things like hikes and things like that. Probably won't exactly, do you much favors. I'm pretty sure, like, those busted up knees that you probably bitch about all the time, but, just don't advocate for a better healthcare system to make them feel better and shit, to actually, do anything like that either. Plus, it might just be too much of a chuckle-fodder drunk, to actually aim right. So, yeah, am I really that worried? Yeah, there might be a few of you that are, some vets and some trick shots and shit, but most of you are Uncle Fuds. I'm used to looking at a target that stands still, that I could stare at, that I could hunt and skin like a deer. It's like, alright, sure, bud.
Conservatives in these red states are consolidating their power. They're also gearing up to give Republicans nationally more power. The Supreme Court is stripping away civil rights and civil...
I mean, yeah, they already have that because of the Supreme Court, yeah. Like, I mean, come on, bro.
So, people keep asking, is it appropriate to call what's happening fascism? Refer to this as the rise of fascism in the United States. Now, I've made the case as to why this is indeed fascism, and we have to treat it as such. But let's just look at the core tenets of fascism according to Umberto Eco. It involves a cult of tradition, rejection of modernism, viewing disagreement as a form of treason. Now, we're not quite there yet, but the GOP, as you saw, is currently laying the groundwork to prosecute ideological opponents.
And honestly, they already are kind of like that anyway, because look how they treated Pence on January 6th because he dare not fucking have the audacity to, go along with Trump with that shit. I mean... They are like, just a little disagreement on what, so like, even though Pence didn't even have the authority to do what he wanted in the first place anyway. I mean, it's just like, even if it was the case he did, just that one little thing was like, well, I might be, like, I mean, they all, I mean, just even with that little thing, so they already are there at this point as it is.
From government. That is fascism. Fear of difference, primarily intruders. We see this rhetoric all the time with regard to immigrants. Appeal to social frustration, selective populism. We see this with Donald Trump, with Ron DeSantis, although they're not consistent. Oftentimes we'll look at them as fake populists, but this is a tenet of fascism.
Full populism.
The enemy is both strong and weak. We see this all the time.
Yep.
Liberals are hypersensitive snowflakes, but simultaneously they're also very mean and scary, and they're taking over society and government to the point that we have to purge them from government if you're Christopher Rufo. We see sexism, condemnation of homosexuality. This has ramped up over the last 6 months. And number 14, control of education. DeSantis banned textbooks, as I mentioned. A Texas school board proposed calling slavery involuntary relocation. So it's not like the modern GOP checks every single box, represents every core tenet of fascism, but they represent quite a bit. Enough to...
I mean, when it comes to fascism, you don't need to hit every fucking box, but, I mean, because honestly, America in it itself checks those boxes too. At least, not all of the ones he was saying, but a good amount of them, like the whole alienation, about the immigrant and seeing them as intruders. Like, that's basically been America's policy, I mean, for some time now. Like, at least especially since fucking Bush, but honestly, longer than that even. So, I mean, that's not exactly new even for fucking America, but yeah, when it comes to the Republican GOP, they want to ramp it right the fuck up. And want to do it a lot more aggressively and frankly even more violently. I mean, especially when there's going to be a mass migration crisis, due to climate change shit, that's not going to exactly look pretty.
To where you should no longer be asking, is this or isn't this fascism, and you should now begin to question how long until the death camps are coming. And you might think that that's hyperbole.
It frankly, honestly, isn't. Here's the test. You hate someone based on race or sexuality, then you might be a fascist. I mean, honestly, yeah, that's honestly pretty much a good test. I wouldn't necessarily say that's like an outright, indicator, right off the bat, but that is a very strong, indicator that you probably are. It's like that pretty much, bumps up, like, is this random person probably fascist? It probably gives me, like, maybe a 5%, random, like, little randomizer when seeing a rando. But if I ask them that question and they say, yes, to some degree on any of that, question, then suddenly that ranks up from like 5 to like 85%. Like there's like 80 plus, buff on that shit of susceptibility. Like, all right, went from 5% suspect to about like 85% suspect. So you're gonna have to start, really explaining that to make me feel like you're not. But yeah, okay. Because now at that, yeah, because frankly at that point it pretty much makes me, like put in my mind like, all right, well now you have to, to some degree like basically explain to me how you're not. Because I know there's definitely people who are like, can be mostly probably just due to fucking ignorance sake, because they just don't know better. Can be homophobic or, even racist to an extent. Like, softcore racism and shit like that, for example. Or, like, accidental racism is, like, another example of it. It's like, really, in that case, it's like, well, you just, just don't know no better and just need to be educated on that. But I guess in that way, they wouldn't necessarily answer yes to the question anyway, because, well, they're kind of naive to it. So, yeah. I can see the way. No, still.
Be overly cautious and prepared, or be naive and caught off guard.
And by the way, this is very fucking good.
I mean, how far away are we until a President Trump or DeSantis signs a similar executive order to 9066, where they place LGBTQ plus people in internment camps, citing an imminent danger that they pose to children? They're already laying the groundwork for this, both socially, culturally, and legally as well. And if you think that that can't happen in America, ask Japanese Americans about that. FDR signed Executive Order 9066 that placed Japanese Americans along the West Coast in internment camps. And FDR was doing an explicitly fascist thing while he wasn't even a fascist himself. So imagine what kind of fascism actual fascists are going to carry out here in the United States.
Well, the Supreme Court does it, can they? I mean, I don't know if they do, but at this point, I mean, does it even fucking matter? They're basically, like, writing up laws like they're the fucking legislator, so, I mean, at this point, what, like, can they? Well, at this point, does it matter? Yeah, probably. I mean, technically, probably no, but they're going to anyway. I want to give them ideas. Well, they probably already have those ideas in their head anyway.
Haven't read Jason Stanley's How Fashion.
I mean, all I know is that pretty much as far as I'm concerned, all of them are treasonous fucking piece of shit, so they could all go fuck themselves.
I recommend it all the time. I would highly encourage you to read that because it is very illuminating. And more importantly, it's frightening. It serves as a wake-up call. Now, in a recent interview, he described how what we're witnessing currently is the legal stage of fascism. Take a look.
It's a pivotal moment because right now we're seeing the legal mechanisms to steal an election being formalized. We're seeing a system put in place that will enable permanent minority rule.
You said that we are now in the legal phase, and you see historical precedents for this, and you say it's almost like a conversation that has gone on for a century between the Americans who have fascist solutions to national problems and kind of the European experience. And you're saying now this sort of two-way conversation is resurgent in the United States through legal means. Many conservatives, many of the most prominent conservatives,
Ironic considering they hate minorities. I know it is, isn't it?
Sort of scoff at the criticism.
We want to have our minority opinions be expressed via minority rule, but we don't want minorities ruling everything. Boo.
What they call voter integrity measures. They say that some of these measures that are being enacted in the southern states and also really in states around the country, that they're just trying to implement voter integrity. They're just trying to give people confidence in our election systems. How do you respond to that?
Always say about your opponent what you are yourself doing. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing massive projection. We're even seeing the fascist label being thrown at Democrats, right? So
I mean, that's always been the case. I remember back when Obama was president and shit, that my dad would unironically make Obama's basically just like Black Hitler. I'm not even kidding. He would actually say that, and it's what? It's huh? I mean, yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit and a corporatist cretin, but I mean, considering that statement, it's yeah. Okay. I mean, the whole, honestly, even the whole idea of, throwing it, towards Democrats and shit, it's kind of been a thing for a while because they're always oh, well, they were the party of the Klan and stuff like that, and, fucking, these Antifa are actually the real fascists and shit, and blah, 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 blah. They needs to have ripped all this in the bud. Obama, because he would have done even have to show you what people would have been turning this ideology. A lot of their needs would have been met. Yeah, at least a lot more so than they are right now. If you actually at least you just did half of this fucking shit that he was trying to promise and stuff. Hell, even Roe v. Wade and codifying that shit. That is even one of his main things that he wanted to do. It's even if he did some shit like that, amongst at least again half of the shit that he was promising, then we would not be in this fucking situation. Or even if we were, nowhere near to the same fucking extent. Roe v. Wade probably wouldn't be overthrown, but maybe some of these other things would probably still be getting hit.
Propaganda tool. It was one.
But at the same time, maybe Trump wouldn't even be a thing either. So would it even be a thing? Probably not.
And Hitler both explicitly recommend, but it's not just fascists who engage in it. But we're seeing this massive projection. It's almost like you can tell what the Republicans are doing by what they say the Democrats are doing. Well, we have to interrogate this. Electoral integrity. What does that mean here? Well, you have to filter it through a kind of fascist loyalist lens, which means only the real people of the country should get to determine who the leaders are. And so it's not a really fair election if everyone gets to vote. And we're seeing this again and again. We're seeing Republicans, including former President Trump, say this. If we don't pass these laws, everyone will vote. We're seeing them being very explicit.
Fucking for bloody money. If you weren't gonna help to say the fuck out of the way, you fucking worm. Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's why I have nothing but detest and fucking vitriol for Obama and shit. Because he's nothing but a corporatist fucking weaselly little goddamn war criminal worm fucking rat just like the rest of them. And yet, we're supposed to look at, black president, first one ever, and just like, think he was great. It's like, fuck that. Like, what do you actually, do besides, just allow this, the, conditions, in the fucking country just to get worse?
A real election is one where only, the real Americans vote. And
Black people deserve to better. I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, it's frankly why I think a lot of them tend to be so detached, from the actual, like, electoralism and shit, because they realize, how much, they as, just generally as a minority group, in the country, it's just, used as token pawns, instead of, actually looking at their, conditions and plight in this fucking country and actually trying to uplift it. Like, I mean, more and more, like, honestly, especially at least through black youth, they're being a lot more rebellious and a lot more critical against the system. Like, there's actually, like, there's a podcast I found that I know that my buddies will like, because they're mostly, like, kind of like a sports-based type podcast, but it's, like, I think called, what was it called again? It was, like, something, Buck or something like that. Hold on. I could probably find it here in a sec, but they actually did a whole stream on, like, the Roe v. Wade thing, and they were pretty much all, I guess all of them besides one were pretty progressive about the whole situation, basically being like, yeah, you basically have a bunch of these old-ass white dudes who just tell us what to do, then you got, like, tokenist people just to use us as pawns and stuff, and it's like, what's even the point? Fuck your people. Fuck this country, bro. They're just hardcore about defenders to the point, or to excuse little war crimes. Like, bitch, what? Yeah, I mean, it's absurd. It's like, oh, well, he had to do what he had to do, and blah, 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 or whatever the fuck. It's like, what's what? Like, the same excuse that Nazis used in Nuremberg? Oh, it was just, they were alters. I didn't know how to do. I didn't, actually want to. They were just alters. Which doesn't actually work for him, because he was the one enacting the orders.
Fortunately, unless things radically change, going to be a reality of a minority running this country who, in the eyes of that minority, are the real Americans.
He is absolutely correct. Now, this interview took place before we learned that the Supreme Court would be taking up the case of Moore v. Harper in their next session. Now, if you don't know, I have a video about Moore v. Harper and how significant that case is, but effectively, if the Supreme Court holds that independent state legislature theory is legitimate, then they will give state legislatures control over our presidential elections. So if, for example, in Arizona, a Democrat is elected by the public during a presidential election, they can just override the results of voters and send in their own electors to the Electoral College and unilaterally pick who their state chooses to be the next president. So when we see folks like Charlie Kirk say, once we...
Totally doesn't sound anti-democratic at all. Definitely not.
...obtain power, we're not going to give it back. Legally, they are laying the groundwork to do just that. Jason Stanley, an expert on this, is saying they are currently creating the legal framework for an authoritarian fascist takeover. And there's still a number of people in this country who are denying that it's happening, denying that this is fascism. The time to wake up is right now. Acknowledge what we are dealing with.
That was years ago.
In the beginning stages of an authoritarian fascist takeover. And if you are not going to acknowledge...
I mean, frankly, I remember actually getting recommended an old Mike video. I think it was actually it was a 2016 video. And I remember in that video saying, it's like, this kind of looks like some of the early beginnings of, like what fascists, tend to do. Like, I'm not exactly, too happy with what's, happening. And I think this was shortly after the election results, too. Where you had a bunch of far-right Trumpies and shit getting violent about, some results in one of the counties or whatever the fuck that, were still being challenged or still being, getting results or whatever the fuck. And I remember, like, looking at least at the time, like, it had, like, 500 plus something likes, I'm like, realizing, like, wow, there was kind of some vindication from, like, 2016 old me, versus, like, now, because, like, Seems like that's even more true than it was then. Weird.
Wake up, because it's here. Fascism is on our doorstep.
Go on, put a little
and
makeup.
the time to resist is right now.
I mean, again, it was honestly fucking years ago. But there needs to be even more of it. To the point where, the resistance, need not, acknowledge the authority of the American government, because at this point it's basically just like, yeah, we're just going to essentially not acknowledge you and your existence, so we're just essentially giving you no more reason to acknowledge us as the legal authority, so, yeah. Guys still, recognize us? Guys still, recognize our authority? Time trying to let yourself know you were right, and you're like, duh. Yeah, honestly. If I could look at 2016 old me and, be like, hey, bro, you're right. Just to let you know. By the way, here's, the more direct outlets on how to focus that shit. Boom. Just become, labor agitative, way early on and shit. Yeah. In hindsight, I kind of wish. Because it felt like it took me a little, longer than it should have, considering when I was, when I first got hired, it was just shortly after, CIFA was actually unionized and stuff, and, had the contract implemented and all that stuff, and didn't really realize, the actual benefits of that type of stuff until, well, for the last, couple years at least. I was okay when I said far-right fascist brain should be studied because maybe we could see science early. Yeah, considering, honestly, when it comes to how I think, if we want to look at, mass shootings, serial killers, even pedophiles and shit like that, I think actually, doing brain studies and, psychological studies and character studies of these fucking people and, away from fucking society and shit and actually, look at their goddamn brains and, see how the fuck they came the way they are. Maybe we could find signs early on, in the future in people and be able to prevent that and minimize that type of shit, right? I mean, because, if we want to get rid of issues like that, then maybe doing a little bit of a brain study would be able to help out that. Figure out why and how, people kind of tend to be like that. And those people tend to be more religious and right-wing. Yeah. Such a great combination. But, I mean, honestly, that's why, I'm just on, at this rate, the fuck civility and just, stand up and fight now at this rate. And honestly, as long as I, have the, time and ability for it, I'll be there with it. Actually, I know there's a protest this Thursday, but if it wasn't for me working, I'd also make sure I have payday on top of, trying to make sure I at least, get my back pay and follow up with that stuff, a couple other things with that. I probably would have just, call in that day and say, fuck it. But also, I want to save that call in for Saturday, honestly, because I might do it that day, because there's, a metalhead ride, and I also want to make sure that, schedules worked out in a way that I could either call in or maybe switch with somebody. But no, that we're still Antifa, fuck all the way off. If they get punched every time they try to deflect, their faces will look like stolen grapes. At that point, the grapes will be just, utterly smashed and, pancakes on the ground. I mean, Jesus Christ. Getting a little too much credit for those grapes. I guess grapes tend to be kind of hardy sometimes. You just all awake now, little booba?
You're having some pretty intense dreams earlier. You're all vocal and shit, yeah. You little sweet pea, you. Oh, yes, you little sweet pea, you.
If lies are called physical pain, nobody will lie. Oh my god. At least for me, every now and then, I'd probably feel just the occasional sharp pain and be like, ow, god damn it, that hurt. Just every now and then. But, dude, those people will literally be like, I'm in constant torture. Ah. Like, they would just, like, basically be in, like, permanent, like, pain sequence. Like, basically, like, Anakin inside Darth Vader's suit. Just, like, constant agony and pain for him to channel his hate and anger into everything. They'd be on fire. Yeah, they'd just be, like, you know, cleansed in fucking a holy fire. The holy fire of honesty. Blah. Yeah, you're a good boy. Yeah, you're a little sweet baby. Yes, you is. You're just a good boy. Yes, you is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes, you is. Yeah. Try to scratch your cheek fluff, but that was like the weakest attempt of scratching your cheek I've ever seen. It'd be awesome if God actually punished lying religious people. Yeah, if God actually was a thing, yeah, could he actually punish your lying fucking, like sheeples that are just like, yeah, I don't understand why, these crazy, people that happen to be just kind of ideologically tied to us, like, I don't know why they happen to be shooting things, just lightning bolt just appears and just makes them a crisp of human bacon just immediately. And no, they don't get the cool fucking, like, lightning scar either, and they don't live. They're they're not a part of the rare few that get that cool quality. It'd honestly be fucking badass to have a lightning scar. But I don't want to get hit with lightning, so so it's like, well, no lightning scar for me. But it'd still be fucking cool. You want to see a pair of smalling shoes surrounded by a soot circle when it clears. Just small pile of soot and ash. Some of it just blown away in the wind. Just to be kind of forgotten. Just integrated with the dust and the dirt of the ground. Boom. Lightning bolt up the ass. I mean, chances are that would happen, but I mean, the likelihood of survival is unfortunately very low. Again, I mean, if there was like a higher chance of surviving lightning bolts and shit, to where you can get lightning scars, I totally would, honestly, just like, alright, give me a lightning scar, baby. It's like, let me have one. But I don't want to take that fucking gamble. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, the chances of surviving a lightning bolt are very fucking low. Because it literally just, like, jolts your heart and essentially, like, explodes it. Not literally, but... Would that be lightning that turns you gay? Gay lightning bolts? Well, what if it, like, fucking, like, hits your brain and jobbles a few neurons around and you're just like, now, it's like, I'm a straight guy, It's like, how you doing there, sir? Well, now I'm just a flaming homosexual. What would destroy Scientology from the inside by convincing them nominate Metal T as their leader? Well, we'd have to make sure Metal T gets in character to get within it. And he needs a lot of money. Like, he needs to have, like, Tom Cruise level money or some shit, dude. Because he would basically have to usurp Tom Cruise and fucking, what's his name? I don't know his name right off the top of my head. But I know after Elron, it was pretty much his second hand, who basically just essentially just like took over and usurped power as, you know, the leader head, you know, just by sheer like, all right, I'm just kind of leader now. And then I think it's his son. I think it's son now. Okay, there's like a hair that's really annoying the fuck out of me right now. Oh my god. Can we like get you the fuck out here? Oh, almost had it. Come on. I almost had you to get out. Ah, asshole. Did I get you? Yay, I did. Prick. Boo. Oh, you sweet little booba. Here, let's see where random things to be on the tube, y'all. What is this? Not really much. Wow, lovely. Guess outside the usual shit, that's essentially kind of been a broader topic. With the fourth shit bag. Also, there was like another goddamn like thing too, because I think there was like a literal like Nazi march and shit that happened in Boston on the fucking 4th. And later that night, it ended in fucking violence where, you know, there was like a bunch of fighting chances with these fucks. And then obviously, you know, well, anyway, I start blasting, you know, it just kind of happened. And it's like, wow. Go figure. A bunch of far-right Nazis and shit, you know, decide to go, you know, protest and, you know, parade around. Look like a bunch of, like, literally all looking goddamn identical from each other. And then, wow, later that night, suddenly, you know, some shots were fired throughout, you know, throughout Boston. It's like, I wonder who did that. It's like, honestly, there were a bunch of fucking, like, of these chud fucks, you know, out there doing shit on the 4th. It's like, I mean, it's like, what, did they think they're inciting, like, Independence 2, Electric Boogaloo or something like that? Like, yeah, we're doing Independence again. Like, if that was the case, you'd probably think there would be a lot more of it. They exactly planned that out well, I guess. It's like, we'll go out in Boston and have, like, some random fuck out in Illinois or some shit. Yeah. And like the dude from Illinois or like from Highland Park, like the dude just literally looked like the most saddest little like wannabe SoundCloud rapper type and shit. It's just like, oh my god, this is supposed to be like, you know, one of the, you know, MAGA chuds. Like what a fucking winner. Like, I mean, I know there's, you know, people that are like, you know, we shouldn't show, you know, the shooter's face, you know, not give him attention. It's like, I don't even want to do that for him. I just want to do it because he just looks like buck ugly. It's like, what? Like, it's like, did somebody like just like take your face as like a little baby and just like, you know, just like kind of like squeeze it around like, you know, you're like Play-Doh or something like that almost got totally hard and, you know, solidified and shit, and just like smushed it up or something. It's like, what the fuck? So like, frankly, just like fucking like fuck butt ugly. Just look. Like, I didn't think, you know, man could come in such, you know, shades of like, you know, disturbing. Like, you guys, honestly, it's just like it says it all in the eyes. And his eyes speak fucking, I'm crazy and insane, and I probably need to be in a psych ward away from society. Because I guess before they got taken down, he had, like, rap music videos, and a lot of them were legit suspect as fuck. Like, I think there was one where he did, like, some crude animated drawings or some shit of him basically being the equivalent of, like, a school shooter, and then, like, there was another music video that happenstance that looked like a classroom that he was talking about some similar shit. It's like, I mean, I guess he decided to go a different route, but he seemed to have a very similar trajectory as, you know, like a lot of these motherfuckers. You know, red flags and shit. But those won't do nothing to bad, boo. You just, you know, want to use that as a way to take me right, you know, that's gonna be you. Why? Your peaches are not sweet. They don't taste like peaches. You absurd thing. They do not taste like peaches. You can stop it now. Oh. You fucking goof. You absurd little silly boy. You're absurd, bro. You're absurd. Absurd. Like, the more I rub your belly, the more you sprawl, bro. What the fuck? You sweet little goofy baby. Your peaches do not taste sweet. They do not taste like peaches. Stop it. I just gave you a bath last night, bro. You're just like, I need to groom myself and clean myself. It's like, I just did that for you. Oh, prick. It's like, what a jerk. It's like, what a little asshole. Oi. Seriously? Man, I hella, like, soaped you down with shit, and you're still here just like, I'm gonna scratch away. It's like, ugh. What can I do to cease these activities? Stop it! Stop! It's like, how do you have fur still doing that all the time? Like, fuck. He's gonna slowly hold his paw, and that seems to work. He's just like, what the hell? President Zukov needs to run. Well, he may be a dog, but fuck, I mean, he'll run the country better than any goddamn human ever would.
I value you more than human life. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh my goodness. You little sweet little chungus. Yes. You shall run for president, and then you shall use up that power to make yourself emperor of not just this world, but of this galaxy. Yes, you shall be emperor of your true peoples.
You sprawled out little loaf. Yeah, I just realized something. Yeah, it's like this weird thing where he'll, like, take his little... Okay, we'll just stop. Take his little, like, hind paw and, like, try to go for his, like, ear a little bit. But I just saw him sniff his fucking hind paw after he did. It's like, It's like, dude. Did you, like, get curious about how his, like, ear smelt there for a second? Like, cause I'm pretty sure he just, like, straight up did that. You goofy thing. You goofy little thing. Why are you giving me those sad little puppy eyes? Is there a reason for this? You're a little far, bro. You're a little too far for this. First week of office, he already got all drugs legalized. Universal healthcare. High pay, no homelessness at all. They all got homes, and less work hours, and all was mandatory. And all the cost was mandatory belly rubs. Yep. He travels around the country just, getting obligatory belly rubs. And, frankly, that is his personality. He'll, like, be, benevolent and just give away everything as long as you give him loves and belly rubs. Scritches, loves, and belly rubs. That's what he wants. Alright, one of these days I gotta figure, need to get a vet status with you and figure out this whole, scritch thing, cause, gave him flea treatment, made sure, had a bath and stuff, anti-flea and anti-itch shampoos, did a couple rounds of it, and he's still all like, I'm gonna screech. It's like, motherfuck. I don't see any more fleas on him, so that can't be it, so it's like, what the hell? Is he just, allergic to life? It's like, I'm friendly and sweet, but I'm allergic to life, though. So scritch away I shall. Maybe he rubbed up on something on the trail, maybe some, ivy. Yeah, thinking about it, that might be it. I didn't see any, especially near the upper half of the trail and shit, or in the forested area, maybe. He wasn't always on the trail, so that could be it. Maybe ass fleas. Well, he was getting them, and I was noticing them, and made sure he got a flea treatment about 4 or 5 days ago, and then last night gave him another bath, the weekly baths and shit, and it's just like, what the fuck? So he doesn't have any of them now. I haven't seen any today. And last night after I finished bathing him up. So. What the fuck? Why? Why? He's allergic to Biden, and he isn't going to stop scratching until Booty Cake is the president. Oh my god. Yeah, he's allergic to the fact that Joe Brandon is fucking the president right now. It's like, Joe Biden's president, so I'm just going to keep itching myself. This sucks. I'm allergic to him. Are you implying that he's a chud dog? He's not a chug dog, obviously. Sad how low the bar is. I know, dude. For real. Frankly, I don't even, booty fuck is just especially exceptionally uncharismatic as fuck, and basically, the only thing he's got going for him is that he might be progressive on queer rights and shit. Oh, wow, cool, good for you, bud. What are you gonna do for, literally everything else? Oh, be a typical corporate stooge? Okay. So you're a typical corporate stooge, but just hey, look. I'm gay, so obviously I'm gonna be pro-gay, right? Yay, vote for me. I'm totally not a bland corporate piece of schmuck fuck. until the Republicans take it away again as soon as they get back in power. God. And they just expect, you know, at least especially Democrats and DNC and the people that back them, they just expect, you know, people to just like vote harder, just keep voting more for the people in. It's like, yeah, so you really think that's actually is like how, like, you know, this type of shit fucking works? Because if it did, we would probably see some fucking results from that, now wouldn't we? I mean, it's like, shit. You know, it's like, maybe they'd have a point if it fucking worked. Man, you just chowing down now, buddy. He ate like over half of that before I started this, and now he's like chowing the fuck down the other half of that food. Goddamn, bro. Hungry little chonk. I could be able to vote harder. Wait, what? Vote harder. You can only vote once, or as I would ever did Bernie Sanders 1,000 times. 100,000 times. No, I really would have too. But that technically would be illegal, so, you know, obviously you can't do that. Booty Cake has something on your cans. Vote for me. I'm not 500 years old. Trump Biden would be duking it out for president of a retired home in Florida. Okay, so he's got two things going for him. I'm gay, so hey, you know, I'm kind of, you know, pro-queer, pro-LGBT, right? Vote for me. But hey, guess what? I'm not 5,000 years old either. I haven't been around since ancient Egypt, so I got that for me too. Has that ever stopped him though? Yeah, I mean, it honestly hasn't. I mean, sadly, it's just like, cause with how low this fucking bar is, it doesn't stop people from voting in old fart motherfuckers. Cause we keep it's like, again, it's like, vote harder. It's like, alright, well, give us the results on earned dementia addled fucking 5,000-year-old ancient Egyptian era fucking mummies. Like, I mean, God. Maybe I would a little harder if that was the case. Like, maybe I will, down ballot, but not for you motherfuckers. I was like, boo. Like, ew. At least down ballot where I'm living is actually promising, so at least, yeah, I will vote harder, but not because they're telling me to. But because I actually got fucking results, you know, that I can see. That, you know, come from, you know, the candidates that, you know, are running that actually are worth a fuck. But pretty much anything above governorship is just like, What, did you, I filled that to the brim? Oh my God, you a thirsty boy. You are thirsty, look at you. Oh man, my legs, they're feeling it now. Oh my God, this thing dry as bone. Jeez, bro. Jeez, bro. Hungry boy. Or a thirsty boy. Thirst must be. Well, what the fuck? What? Oh, whatever. Filled it a little too much. Make sure his thirst is quenched, though, at least. Like, Jesus. Man, this still fucking, yeah. Yeah, I just overfilled it. That's still hell of a fill. Oh my God, he's draining that quick, though. Jeez. Thirsty. Fill that to the max, and now you're maxed out again. Over maxed out, and he's just, damn. You thirsty little boy. Those noises, though. bar solo saying he's using a bench press. Yes, it's like saying he's looking up, but oh, hey, look, I can bench press with that. Alright, that's looking good there. Okay, cool. Nice. When Michael Jackson's status and changed his name, would he be eligible for a fourth term? No. I guess he could challenge the idea. Don't give Republicans ideas. Because what if Trump changed his name? I'm now Ronald Trump. I now qualify. I mean, it was a one-termer, so I guess luckily we don't gotta necessarily worry about that. But we still, because frankly, I don't necessarily think he's gonna get it again. It's just Trump a fake mustache. Oh my god. I wish that, you know, like, I mean, honestly, like, it's like, I wonder what it would actually look like if, you know, Trump could grow a facial hair, because you know that motherfucker doesn't. Like, he doesn't even have, like, little stibbles. Like, little fuzz and little fizzles. Like, he doesn't even have that. It's like, I think he's just a dude who's just incapable of it. Like, some people are just like that. Ben Shapiro's another one. I'm gonna try this. Ooh. Ooh. Is this like overfilled too? Jesus. This is fucking delicious. This keeps bubbling up. Stop bubbling up. Oh my god, this is like hella filled. And amazing. It's similar to grape, but it's definitely huckleberry. Huckleberry has a similar flavor to grape a little bit. And it's like a blueberry, like, grape flavor mix, if that makes sense. Like, huckleberries taste a little like a mixture of the two. There it goes to his eyebrows. One day they'll get so big it'll block out the sun and he'll be able to control all solar power. Oh my god, I'm just imagining Ben Shapiro that way. It's like, I now can control how much sun and daylight you get now, you liberals. Get owned. Hypothetically, my eyebrows can get bigger. It's like, oh god. I mean, considering the, like, whatever witchcrafty like, fucking magic they did to themselves to enact the powers that they do have, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that they would have these capabilities as well. Like, I mean, honestly, though. Okay, I guess I didn't eat all of the food yet. We can't shoot him down. One flap in those brows could wipe out a city. Not just a fucking city, but like a whole, like half of the damn state. Alright, looks like one of those eyebrows happens to be over the fucking state of Tennessee and a little bit of the, neighboring goddamn Virginia. Look, if we shoot this down, it's gonna destroy half the goddamn fucking region right there. We can't allow that. It's going to cause a massive earthquake and shockwave that will destroy the surrounding regions for thousands of miles around. We can't allow this. It's only one thing we must do. Send him to the Arctic North, brother. We can utilize some purpose in his eyebrows. Blotch out the sun in the north and shit when it gets like sunny there for like 22 hours a day or whatever the fuck. And just be like, hey, blotch that bitch out. cool down up there a little bit. And when, you know, the sun kind of goes bloop down to the South Pole, move them down to the south.
Is that so?
Hmm?
Is that so?
Yeah. Do you think people will take it as seriously if his eyebrows are trimmed down?
Can you eat your ribs that are in the fridge?
Huh?
Can you eat your ribs that are in the fridge?
Sure.
I wanted to ask before I just like abscond with them.
I mean, is it just like a half rack or?
Yes, half rack.
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay. How you doing, doggo?
He was having some hardcore dreams earlier.
Was he running?
He was kind of like going.
Is that why there's water on the floor?
Oh no, I just refilled it, but I kind of overfilled it. Oh. And the water kind of sloshing around, just kind of sloshed like a, you know, a little bit on me, and I was like, oh great, that's nice.
What?
I got thick eyebrows, but his make mine look subtle. I mean, it might not look like it, but mine are kind of thick too, but just because I'm blonde, I mean, they don't exactly, like, look like it. I mean, if anything, they kind of look like they're really small, but there's actually, like, a lot of hairs there, but they pretty much, like, blend in right with the fucking skin, so it doesn't look like it. I mean, it kind of does in certain lighting, but mostly, like, right here. Like, pretty much everything, like, I guess a little bit. I mean, you can see it, but it's just, like, there's only strains of, like, darker hairs that show it, but there's a lot of, like, more, like, bleach blonde, like, clear hairs in there that are fucking all up in that shit that make this, like, hella fucking thicker than shit. That you're a dog and easy owner. You're playing in the yard while he reads a newspaper. Maybe. I don't know what, you know, that little sucker would dream about. I imagine when he was dreaming earlier, I imagine he was dreaming about the hike we went up. Jumping around and exploring the sides of the mountain.
There's actually 2 half racks in there.
Oh, cool.
So it was a full.
Alright. I mean, realistically, Zukov is the owner. Yeah. Honestly. Boo-boo. Boo-boo-boo. Oh.
Why are you so energetic now?
So, you just...
fucking went on a goddamn fucking walk, dude.
A long asshole, not just a walk, like a full-on hike.
You're not supposed to be hyper.
Well, he slept hardcore on the car ride, and he slept hardcore for, like, about 3-something hours, so...
He's like, Daddy, let's go again.
Basically, he's in the, I'm awake now, I'm energetic now mode.
Daddy, play with me.
It's like, I'm sore now, bro. I'm sure you're not, because you're just a dog, you don't care. So, you know, do you remember that time you took me out to walk? You mean this morning? Yeah, good times. Those were fun times, man. You know that big old hike that, you know, we went on that one time? You mean, like, earlier today? And most of the day? Yeah, just fun, great times there, bro. Whoever wrote this should be drawn and quartered. Capitalism is the end of humanity. The benefits of world hunger? What? This is on the fucking page of the UN. And I guess there's a name about the author. George Kent. Department of Political Science at the University of Hawaii. Wait. What? He works on human rights, international relations, peace, development, and environmental issues. And how we can make them worse and how we benefit from the degradation of all that. Okay. I think there's, you know, a certain thing that, like, you know, Vikings, you know, did, you know, to some people. And I think it was called, like, the Blood Eagle, you know? Yeah. Replace the E in that name, so, with a U. Yeah. George Cunt. That is my name, yes. Booba. Just a little sweet thing. I like he got out of the seat when my roommate came in, thinking that he was going to sit down. I kind of find it a little funny. He's like, okay, you can have the seat. Even though he doesn't take the seat at all. I mean, at least that's good. You're just a very well-behaved little sweet boy. I mean, at least like 75% of the time. The other 25%, it's a little annoying. Because of it, I feel as the right resemblance tradition, but and by God, if we start doing the same thing, sweet bloody tradition. Nothing but just traditional standard norms of our old ancestors, and yes, the true modern man going back into the times of basically the medieval peasants. Yes. So, yeah, wow, yeah. Amazing. Brilliant. Piss out a lot of things at the moment. Wait, what? But here's the watermelon tourmaline from Nigeria. A watermelon tourmaline? Whoa. This looks cool. What is... I mean, a watermelon tourmaline, but I'm kind of unsure of what it actually is. So I want to elaborate. Oh, it's like a mineral. Okay. I'll tell you right now, you're going to be disappointed with how it tastes. I learned about this watermelon tourmaline, so it's totally worth it. That was pretty cool. Gemstone. That's a pretty dope looking gemstone, honestly. Ah, God damn, these nose hairs about. I needed to get a nose hair trimmer. Like, oh my god. Because holy fuck. I need to just invest in one of those already, goddammit. Are you serious? Come on, motherfucker! Okay, you know what? Whatever. I don't really feel it annoying me anymore. Maybe I got it. I don't. This is why. Because doing this, like, here, let me try to like drag you out near near the entrance with my thumb, and then like, you know, pinch you and then like yank you out. Yeah, let me just like, you know, go for that torturous like annoyance. Especially on here, that's, you know, always a pleasant, you know, experience to visualize. Because you got no choice unless you decide to be like, alright, I don't want to see that. I suppose I could just do that, but, what's the fun in that? Get a hamster. I mean, I've thought about it, but I mean, my main thing is that they don't really live that long. So it's like, by the time I get like so hella attached to them and like, you know, being with it all the time, then it'll be like, because they live like what, maximum like 3-4 years, more like on average 2. Like, if you're able to, have a healthy diet and all that type of shit, for them, and a healthy environment for them, and shit, they could live a pretty decent amount. But, like, on average, they're only going to be about, like, 2 years about. This guy sucks, because it's like, man, we should have lived at least a little longer than that. I don't know, give me, like, 6 to 7 average. Max lifespan, like a decade or something. Did you know that you should get rats and not a single rat because they're very social? Yeah. And because honestly, every person I've known who has, like, rats or mice, they always have at least, like, 2 or 3 of them. And yeah, that is actually a good thing. There's just a lot of animals that are very sociable, and they, at minimal, at least need, like, a couple people around, on top of, with you. And, there are some animals that just need, like, a couple of, them with them. Like, capybaras are an example of that. Like, you can, if you have, like, a big area that has, like, a lot of animals, even if it's just the one capybara, like, it'll be able to be all, chilling and cheese. Weasels, and for some reason my mind went to cheese. Like, chilling and, vibing and shit. Like I was saying, but... Or was trying to say. Weasels, aka chaos sausages. They are little chaos sausages. They're little sausage terrorists. Little terrorist sausages. Well, Zhukov's just a little furry terrorist sausage. They're like literal, like, chaos terror sausages. Like, literal little sausages. It's like, oh my god. You little psychos. They are cute, though. Any animals except humans. Capybara, just chill, man. Yeah, capybaras are super chill. That's why I love them. Like, I think they could live in the PNW. Actually, you know what? I want to know that. I never actually looked it up, because I know you can actually have domesticated capybaras and shit at times. Man, I just, like, pinched my fucking arm somehow on this fucking shit. What the fuck? Ah. Here. Import permit. Most states require that shipments of capybaras be individually applied for and approved by the relevant state regulatory agency. For example, in Oregon, all exotic animals must receive an import permit from the Oregon Department of Agriculture, Animal Health, and Identification Division. So, yes. You know what? Here. What? Get out of here. Okay. Let's just record shipments. Okay, yeah, I read that part. What state is it legal to own a capybara? The semi-aquatic rodent is legal to own in Texas, Pennsylvania, and parts of New York. Some states are illegal, but require licenses. Arkansas, Arizona, Florida, Nevada, Indiana, Washington, and North Carolina are states where you can likely own a capybara. They're illegal outright to own in California and Georgia. There's another question on here. Can I own a sloth in Oregon? The only sloths in the center keeps in Oregon. The only sloths the center keeps in. Okay, what? Okay, whatever. Georgia sucks. Yes, Georgia does suck. How expensive is a capybara? Ideally, try to buy a capybara from a reputable breeder. The cost of these creatures from $1,000 to $3,000. Females are usually more expensive. Keep in mind you have to buy at least 2. What was the lifespan? 8 to 10 years. So yeah. Wild capybara is illegal in California. If exposed to the wild, they can harm crops or native wildlife. Have in mind that a capybara is a semi-aquatic animal, so if you desire to adopt a capybara, you must create a little pond, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Is there anything else in there? Can I own a raccoon in Oregon? I guess technically. Just leave food out at night and wait for the raccoons to come, and there you go. You made raccoons to your friends. It's not hard. Oh, it's illegal in the state of Oregon to take a raccoon out of route to be kept as a pet. I mean, I'm not technically doing that. They just happen to stand, like, frankly, like, at least from my experience, they literally come in grabbing scraps of nuts and shit. So, like, at least for me, I can't help it. I mean, they are cute and cuddly, but... I mean, I'm not going to go out of my way to keep it as a pet. If it just happens to scrounge, you know, some scraps and shit, you know, whatever. That's what they do. The little trash pandas. I mean, what the fuck? What do you expect? I mean, geez, that little chunk of it made it sound so, like, aggressive. Raccoons are not pets. They don't make good pets and it's illegal. It's like, okay, it's like, God, okay, fuck. At least it ain't for a capybara. At least I can, with an import permit, have one. Or two. I mean, hey, if I had the money for it, and the space, you know, and, you know, the environment for it, I'd totally fucking do it. Hell yeah. Have a couple cappies. Dude, Zukov would love the fuck out of the cappies, though. Raccoons make great pets, fuck that guy. Yeah, honestly, low-key, that, like, part of the article is a little sus. Like, frankly, if you train, like, because they're saying, oh, if you train the capybaras properly and blah, 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 they can make great pets. It's like, yeah, so can any animal you can domesticate. Like, if you, you know, train them right, you know, by incentivizing them, you know, to do things that, well, obviously you want them to do with things like treats and shit like that, then they're more likely to, well, quote, behave and actually, you know, be good pets. Lions, the sore turf now, and any other animals that try to take it will be ripped apart. Except the capybaras, they could stay. Yeah, like, straight up, like, I don't think there's any animal that actually would harm a capybara. Like they literally irradiate outward and export vibes and chill that, like, not even, like, no predator will go after them. Like they're just too chill. Like, they literally, like, export just pure vibes and chill. Even if you don't want it. You're just like, you know what? Fuck you, you're getting it, and you're being force-fed some vibes and chill. Like, that's basically the essence of a capybara. It's force-feeding everything around it, vibes and chill. And anyone who disagrees with that, well, they're gonna have to suck it up, buttercup. Let's just have, like, cappies rule the world. They'll definitely deal with the whole, you know, like, fashy problem too, by the way. It's like, we'll just, like, force cuddle everything to death. That's like, no! I can't take this, it's too cute and cuddly. I have a strong urge to want to hunt and eat you, but I can't. No! I mean, honestly, if only humans were like that. If only, like... unfortunately, there's been too many instances of humans, you know, not, you know, being able to process the vibe and chill that the capybara is able to, but, you know, able to, you know, give to people. But frankly, it's just because that, honestly, they just can't comprehend the just sheer amount of vibe and chill that capybara is capable of. They just can't handle it. They literally just can't comprehend it. That's why. They resist it. They resist what they do not know. I just gotta realize that was a little bit of fucking wordplay. They fear the capybara just like they fear the immigrant, the LGBT, and so on and so forth. Clever man. But the immigrants and gays just chill. Just chill, man. Chill? Chill. Chill. Chill, alright. And some of them will get it. Some of them, will be enlightened to the light of the capybara. But unfortunately for those that won't, they will literally just unironically be cuddled to death by capybaras. Like a whole mass horde of cuddly capybaras will just smother them to death with cuddliness and cuteness. What, do you disagree? Oh, you do, huh? What, you think, the dogs need to do that? I mean, what if some of your buddies get a little too aggressive and shit, dude? Like, this whole point is the cappies, not you. We're not talking about canines, we're talking about cappies, capybaras here, That's what I thought, bitch. It's a little bye-bye. You just see a little bye-bye. A little head flop, wow. Man, just a little Fruit Loop. What a little Fruit Loop. Okay, you know what? I'm looking up if these merchant crafts are online because, goddamn, these are delicious. Merchant craft soda. Yeah. Ooh, there's a website. Your Northwest. There's a whole bunch of random different brands. Okay, yeah, whatever. Okie dokie. Is there a way where I can order them from here? Ooh, oh, no. Find a location. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, there has to be somewhere. Yay, there is. Ooh, what's this flavor? Ooh, black cherry. There's one called a Dock Merchant. Ooh, there's a Huckleberry, which is one I'm drinking. Oh, here it is. Found a site. Sweet. I get a case of them, dude. Fuck yeah. These are the Huckleberry ones. Oh, where's the other ones? Are these just the only ones? Oh my god. Oh, this website just has like all sorts of sodas. There's like some 7-Ups. Wait, what the fuck is 7-Up is that? Cocktail exotic. Orange and pineapple. 7-Up? What the fuck? The 7-Up mojito? Oh, the French get it? That's only a French thing, but I can order it online on the site here. Yo. That's cool. Ooh, I wonder, a Mike and Ike strawberry soda? What the fuck? That actually sounds fire. That low-key sounds kind of fire, not even gonna lie. A pumpkin cream soda? Dude, what? And there's all sorts of different sodas. I just want to try to find the... Oh my god, there's like 22 pages of all these. So, okay, well... I don't want to scroll through all of them. I did at least find what I'm looking for there, so I know there's at least one site that has it. Here, let me go on a shopping thing. That would probably help. Oh, it does a little bit. Oh, they got like a 4-pack? Hey, nice. Now get recommended some other different drink. Okay. Oh, yeah, at least I found some online. Sweet. Because I'm definitely going to order a couple cases of definitely this. I want to try the Fizzleberry because that one sounds fire as fuck. I think it's only like a Washington regional thing because I know they're based in Spokane. At least that's what it says on the cans. Yeah, from what I'm looking up here. And, yeah. At least like a local craft regional little company. Ooh, someone looked up the Fizzleberry. Where can I find that? Yeah. Ooh. Did you know apparently there was a dude in history who was killed by a turtle? Aeschylus was his name, a playwright. Wow. And the one thing he's mainly remembered as is being killed by a turtle. Oh, dude, this Fizzleberry looks like it's raspberry and blueberries. Or raspberries and blackberries. Or a tortoise. Tortoise, turtle. Oh, I could buy a single can or a case of 12. How much is a case of 12? 30 bucks? Ooh. Versus 50 cents for one can at where I got these at the vending machine. Or 3 bucks here. Plus shipping. God, oh. For a single can, $3. Man. Man, for a case of them, 30 bucks. Guarantee you the shipping. That's a steep one. That's a steep one. I'm not too sure about that one, I'll tell you what. God, I want to, but man, I could just like honestly go to the vending machine that I was at in like Carson and Washington by the river and just fucking like just buy that vending machine out. Like honestly, just stand there at the vending machine for like 30 minutes, just like, all right, 50 cents, cool, boop. Cool. Alright, in the cooler. 50 cents. Cool. Bloop. Someone comes up and be like, what the fuck you doing? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I can organize. We don't get these. I just want a bunch of these. They're amazing. I'm just grabbing like 3 of each, okay? Don't worry. I'm not getting them all. There's still gonna be some in there. Don't worry, bro. Anyway, 50 cents. Boop. Drunk. Just, just like, blop. Killed when an eagle dropped it on his head, thinking it was a rock. Damn. Why can't an eagle do that to one of these bald motherfuckers we got in office? Because, I mean, the people from the way back yonders decided to hunt a bunch of them, thinking that we can use the feathers or some of the stuff off of this for things. Make some money off of it, and then fucking, nearly erase the species, and now they're having to be brought back, and of course, these fucks, always happen to be in urban areas, and eagles don't usually like to be in those areas, so here we are, yeah. Like, they don't tend to be within dropping tortoises on people's heads range of their nests. Maybe we should give more tours of, like, eagle sanctuaries, for these politicians. That'll increase the chances. Not that it'd be a good thing. It'd be a horrible travesty and just an unfortunate shame. But, So, it would increase the likelihood. Just, random little factoid right there. Wait, this is brilliant. If we do this with bald eagles, they can't shoot them legally. That's true. They can't do shit. So you are going to... Yeah, see? That's why I'm only merely stating on, just the fact of it, because, yeah, if you shoot them, it's, like, federally a serious law and shit. Like, there has to be, like, something medically wrong with the eagle to the point where it can't recover, to where, that's the only case to where they will do something like that. But outside of that, they're gonna pretty much bring it back to, full glory and just let it murk your ass. Because they will do that. I remember, like, during outdoor school, during 6th grade, we were doing, like, a little, like, hike venture thing in the like in a forest near where we were at, and where we were staying at, and we saw these two bald eagles, and one of them was actually missing one eye. And they were all just kind of like, you know, they were all doing their thing, and they all eventually, both of them landed in like two separate trees, you know, somewhat of a distance from each other, but both of them checking us out. And then the other one kind of turned its head away, kind of showed off its no eye, and it's just like, whoa. And they were really big too, and it's just like, I mean, did it have an eye patch? I wish. I mean, it's a wild eagle, so unfortunately not, but dude, if it was like a domesticated eagle that was in a sanctuary, I would totally have it have like a little patch on it, dude. Like, have like a little eye patch for it, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. That'd be a badass eagle right there. Like, that eagle will be like ready to like fuck shit up. Be like a little pirate bald eagle. Dude, that'd be like a Sigma grind set of an eagle if there ever was one. I mean, I guess that eagle in the wild did have it, but I mean, just without the eye patch part, so it had everything else going for it. I mean, it was definitely a full-grown adult, too, so even without its full visual potential and shit missing one eye, I mean, it was like, you know, it's still alive and kicking. So it just kind of shows how, like, you know, fucking, you know, adaptable that, you know, eagles can be to an extent. Like, because even if they only have, like, half their vision to a degree, like, if it's only like this, well, you know, in bird form, you know, they, evidently, well, they can still go out there and do their thing. I mean, they have to adjust, but, you know, they figure it out, just like any person could, you know, when dealing with things like that, or really, frankly, any animal, if they're able to live for it. You know, obviously, the eagle didn't get an infection or die or nothing, but frankly, it's probably because it's a tagged eagle, and they probably keep an eye on it. Pretty sure, like, most eagles tend to be tagged and are observed and monitored, if I had to take a guess. This eagle collects human teeth. We call him Disjon. I love it. We call him Disjon Toothbreaker. You do best to avoid this one. Honestly, hold on. There's kind of a scene that I'm thinking of. He enjoyed the hike.
One of the critters there eating in my room.
Well, most likely not him. Here, let me try to find it. No, that's not it. Ah!
It is. But it was somebody.
That wasn't it. Here it is. I found a scene. It's just actually a little shorty. Oh wait, what's this? Oh no, how will we ever recover? Weeping these hyperventilating fragile scromony millennials. The fragile millennial epidemic, Jordan Peterson. Oh my god, dude. The fragile millennials. Unlike me, who is totally, perfectly, 100% sane and normal. You're a fuckboy. Watch as George Stairs threaten to arrest each other. What the fuck? Wait, where's the, courtesy of my state? Oh my god, dude, okay. I want a video clip. Is there a video clip? Oh my god, there is. Yay.
Inside the city or out here? Just right here. Okay.
Go pull the video at Valero. You get on my traffic stop again, I will arrest you.
Yeah, I'll arrest you right now.
Do it, buddy.
And we're going to
do it.
Charge you.
Do it.
Your ignorant.
Do it, Erd.
Go for it.
Do it. There's cameras at Valero, and there's cameras at Napa. The seats are pulled out.
Shut your mouth.
You don't talk to me like that. I'm not your boy.
I'm not your boy. Whoa.
Thank you.
What the fuck, bro? So, like, what? Like, they literally are just like, hold up.
Inside the city or out here? Just right here. Okay.
Go pull the video at Valero. You get on my traffic stop again, I will arrest you.
They're just, like, having this argument with somebody they pulled over, and oh my god. This chuckle fuckery, dude. Ignorant fuck. You're a bull. I mean, honestly, dude, you can't even call yourself, you can't call somebody an ignorant fuck when you yourself are one too. You're a cop.
You don't talk to me like that.
I'm not your boy. You're a fuck boy.
Thank you, sir. Everybody, thank you. Thank you.
Motherfucker.
Wow, how rowdy is that? The sheriff of a North Georgia county.
Oh my god. Wow. Lovely. Beautiful. Yeah, that literally just does summarize it pretty well. Good lord. Lovely. Beautiful. Eh. It needs to happen more. It really does. Like, that shit needs to, like, be brought to the light so much more often, because that's just fucking great. That's just amazing. You just have, like, two hogs yelling at each other. It's like, I'm not your boy. It's like, you're right, I'm not. You're a fuck boy is what you is. Like, well, thank you. I don't even know what he said. Just, like, it was fuck boy was involved. Oh, my lord. I'm not your boy. If you get that, you could go check out the damn railroad, cameras, and I'll tell you what, like, oh my, it's like, fuck. Like, jeez. One bystander. Kill each other for resisting arrest, dude. Oh my god, I wish somebody actually did do that. I hope somebody did. I doubt it, but they should have. Wow. What a knocked out little pooch. What a sweet little knocked out boy. Not there yet, but I'm definitely getting there. Do I have to both die? They could just blame my shirt by playing drugs on him. It's like, hey, I thought it was black. He was wearing a black uniform after all. I thought he did. Oops. I thought he was just wearing like a white balaclava or something like that. He just happened to be a naked black man. My god. I mean, honestly, knowing these hogs, they're probably... I mean, honestly, it has. There has been times where, like, cops have accidentally shot each other and shit. I remember, like, there was on Onion Nuggets where there was, like, a video of that. Where I was just, like, freaking the fuck out. I was like, oh my god, I'm sorry, bro, I've got you, yeah. And all this other fucking bullshit. And it's like, oh my fucking god. It's like, one, good riddance, and two, like, wow. Like, it's like, what happened to, you being, like, some Chad bro? It's like, seems to be, like, crying and freaking out like a little bitch, if that ends up being the case. sometimes I think he's just like a corpse. About like 10 minutes till the 4-hour mark. I'll probably pop it in. But if you ask fascists why they're the way they are, what kind of answer would you get? I mean, honestly, it'd probably legit just be a hodgepodge of all sorts of random fucking answers. Like, I mean, if you put 100 of them in a room and ask them once individually, it's, each, like in each and every single one of them, they just straight up would just, all say different things that all kind of overall end up leading to the same result. I mean, a lot of them will have very similar reasonings and shit. Or a bunch of words that are nothing substantial. Mostly that, but yes. Pretty much pulling a Jordan Peterson or pulling a Dave Rubin. Saying a lot of, what sounds like, highfalutin words, but not actually really truly meaning anything out of them. Oh, he's dreaming again. He's getting all twitchy. Jordan Peterson has finally lost it. It just has like a thumbnail of him just saying triggered. Like, my goodness. Yeah. Especially if those eyeballs, yeah, I don't think he's actually had it in the first place. I'm pretty sure being in the coma that he was in probably just destroyed whatever, like, neurological capabilities he had left. So. What does he mean, finally? I know. What do you mean I have finally lost it? It implies that I might have had it in the first place, but slowly but surely, had it wither away into the order of the destitute of chaos. But no, I stand the line against that destitution of unorderly chaos. To say that I have finally lost it would imply that I allowed it to be going to be losing in the first place. It's like, Jesus Christ. So I tell you this. What did I lose, you sons of bitches? My God, dude, what a Someone just put that guy in a psych ward. Like, seriously, like, reopen one of them. And just have it for him. Like, have a couple of, people to watch him and shit, but just have him in there. Like, nobody else, just him. Watch it be like Mad Hatter's like House of Nightmares or something. I hate how people like over-explain shit to make themselves sound smart. It's a figment surrounded by glass and you screw into a socket to produce an illumination. Yeah, or a light bulb. Yeah, seriously. That's why I always just try to cut to the chase of shit. Like, honestly, because like you don't need to, like, go over-explain shit. Like, and honestly, I mean, it's, something that I actually, like, I have to work with a bit, because I do tend to, go into over-detailed shit. So it's just, like, at least for me, that's why I at least try to make sure I'm just, like, yeah, just cut to the chase with it. Because just trying to because, like, there is a point where you just end up over-explaining shit, and it's like, mean just this? It's like, yeah, just that, yeah. It's like, let me explain, like, literal every crazy neural complexity of the light bulb. It's like, well, you could have just said light bulb. It's like, well, I want to be more, falutin and stuff, okay? I want to try to sound more smarter to make other people, like me more and appeal to me and grift their money, yeah. Jordan Peterson in a nutshell. Only he wouldn't be able to describe a light bulb in the first place because it'll all just, like, jumble into some weird word salad nonsense that you'll cry about halfway through. They'll throw, like, 2 or 3 things mid-argument, and by the time they finish, there's, like, 4 new things they have to refute. Yeah. And even then, like, half the time you have to try to, like, backtrack and figure out what the fuck they were even meaning when they were making the claims in the first place. Because, like, alright, you threw, like, 4 or 5 different things in a weird cavalcade of, like, wordy nonsense, and, like, somehow we're supposed to, like, try to refute all that and just, totally understand what you're saying, or else, well, we're just being dismissive, and, you just get too emotionally attached, to the argument, and, in the culture war, blah, 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 or just whatever the fuck, and it's basically just say, oh, you're being dismissive, and, oh, why are you mad, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh my fucking god, maybe you could just, like, cut to the chase and just, just, like, actually, like, use your fucking head a little bit instead of, like, hyper, or at least trying to pretend that you're more highfalutin than you really are. But then you wouldn't be making as much money as he is, because then you wouldn't be saying anything at all. Okay, I know you meant like, but okay, that mistypo, jeez, wow, what a bad typo. I'm surprised YouTube will even let that happen. And then they'll act like you lost the argument, you couldn't disprove all their points. Yeah, because you talked for like 12 minutes straight. And barely made points in the first place. I'm just addressing what I could distinguish out of it. Which wasn't much. That's a word. It's technically a slur for people who are Jewish. Yeah. You actually didn't know that? Oh. I mean, obviously you didn't know, but, I mean, it's okay. I mean, but, I didn't know. Yeah, but, it's whatever. I just got, I got find like, oh, wait, that's a word? It's like, yeah. It actually means this. Oh, that's, oh. It's, I mean, he didn't mean to, obviously he didn't know. I mean, it was just kind of funny out of context that, it was just like, blah. Even though it's just a little autocorrect thing, because I know that autocorrect is a fucking stupid bitch. It's like an auto-incorrect. Or auto-cancel, like, auto-here, how do I get canceled, speedrun difficulty. I mean, honestly, given, like, any context, I think, obviously, it would have been pretty... I mean, the L and the K, like, those on the keyboard are literally right next to each other. So, I mean, if you're on a little phone or something like that... Good thing I didn't type any... If it were to write anything with ending with yeah. No, seriously. Why is there, like, bugs called jiggers and shit? You know what I mean? Because that literally... Even just saying it just makes me sound like I'm, like, trying to, like, not say the N-word, but I'm saying it. You know what I mean? It's like... Why are there bugs called that? There is... Yeah, they bury themselves in the feet and shit like that. They're horrible, and oh my god. You probably didn't watch TJ's, like, rainbow episode. And don't. Fuck no. Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah, if you know that episode and know about, well, he went into it again. He actually did the first episode of the Pests and Vermin episode, but he did it again, and, and said it was tradition to go back into the jiggerbugs. And it's just like, those things are, oh my god. Just horrible. Horrible. It's just another reason, or another bug at least, that's just like another pestral vermin demon spawn creature that's like, alright, extinction baby. Someone's gonna dig up this stream years later and be like, why did you hate Jews? Who said I hate them? Then you show them this uh-oh. Well, honestly, it literally could be there's live chat replays. Like, if they don't see that this obviously isn't hating the Jews or whatever the fuck, then oh my god, I'll just literally be like, uh-oh, wow, I got myself a moron. But unfortunately, given the context of things, in the fact that usually people tend to have the lack thereof in their thinking, it would still happen. It would still happen. Alright, I'm gonna get this last little bowl loaded up and all that fun shit. And then, at least call it good for now. And then repeat the process again for the next day. Whenever I decide to do it for tomorrow. But, ooh, I know there is going to be a little onion nuggets tomorrow. Ooh, I wonder what exciting stuff they'll be delving into then. I think they're alternating between public and patron, so I think it's a patron one tomorrow, isn't it? Yes, ooh. Exciting. Exciting stuff, oh boy. I know they're going to have a Tucker Carlson gauntlet from what I've heard from, I think, TJ. I think he mentioned something about it. So, that's gonna be a gem. Wow, what a little corpse. Wow. Anyway. Can't go for the rest of the night, so peace out. And of course, be back around for the next one, so toodly-dee, toodly-doo, and toodly-dove.